Hello. Thanks. I just request everyone in the second rows and third rows just to come up a bit. Uh, just move forward, please, if you can. Move forward, please, guys, if you can. Thanks. Enough seats around in front, guys. Can we please move forward? Please. Come. Are you used to that? Please do it. I'd appreciate it. We just when So I'm just asking for this because there are folks still on their way, and it'll sort of the seats at the back. It's easier for them to get in. Thanks. It is. It doesn't sort of disrupt the flow when that happens. Folks right at the back, come up in front, guys. Come on. Most people optimize for easy entry and exit, and therefore for reduced entry and exit barriers. Sorry, I couldn't help a competition joke there. We need an ex-ante framework to make sure people sit in front. Right now, this is ex post. Prashanta, we should start a comedy gig, like a tech policy stand-up comedy thing of our own. The government is doing enough. I mean, seriously, we can do this, Prashanta. We should make a plan. Yeah. अभी तो मैम फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है अभी भी 19.1 is there so far. What's this space? Are we rolling, guys? Yeah, great. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today to discuss India's draft competition bill. I'd like to thank PhonePe, Google, and Meta for the support for this discussion. We've been looking at competition issues for quite a few years, but I think it's really important to acknowledge the politics behind this bill and how we got here. So back in 2020, Google had imposed its Play Store policy in India, which was probably influenced by what was happening with Epic Games and Apple in the US. And that 30% commission that was intended then created a situation where Indian startup founders actually came together to push back against that policy. So very quickly, multiple CCI investigations began. We're now faced with something of a test match between Google and CCI over its enforcement and regular or frequent changes in policies and acquisitions coming in from founders fairly frequently. But it's not just Google, right? It precedes that particular Play Store case. You've had restaurants raise issues about Zomato and Swiggy. You've had until I think 2016, 17, 18, I remember one of those years we held a discussion on e-commerce regulation in this very room. And there were concerns about Amazon and the way it was approaching e-commerce in this country, not just in terms of selling its own products. That was the accusation then, and in violation of Press Note 3, but also in terms of the dominance for the market. I remember Ravi Shankar Prasad once talking about how there were, I think, 60,000 mobile shops, small mom and pop mobile shops that were closing every month at one point in time. I don't know where the statistics came from, but I remember him talking about that. So platforms are in the business of aggregating markets. And the nature of platforms enables them to create that aggregation, but also it enables them to increase fragmentation by allowing new players to participate in that marketplace. And they monetize that fragmentation. What that aggregation does is that it gives the platform a significant amount of negotiating ability, but it also reduces the negotiating ability of each participant that joins a marketplace. We've seen this play out in multiple marketplaces across the internet. And historically, the internet has been seen as a winner takes all market. So I'm reminded of Sanjeev Bikhchandani, the founder of Naukri, on earnings conference calls, talking about how the internet basically has it. There can be. I remember during the 2008 financial crisis when funding was scarce and startups were struggling. In fact, MediaNama launched that year with a discussion on startups, on how startups can survive the downturn. I remember Sanjeev saying on conference calls that there's only room for number one and number two, which at that time were Naukri.com and Monster. And he was indicating that there's no room for Times Jobs, and that's basically what happened. So the nature of the internet is that number one wins, number two survives. And typically, it's a winner takes all kind of a market. But this conversation is also about incentives, right? The winner takes all marketplace creates a situation where there's a disproportionate amount of funding available, because the value of a monopoly in a marketplace is that they have pricing power in the future. And so the startup ecosystem is essentially built around that philosophy of winner takes all, um, because they can exhibit pricing powers and make investors money in a sense. But platforms are also enablers, right? If you increase their costs, then the cost of those who depend on them and participate in that marketplace will also invariably increase. Um, our discussion is also about regulation, the challenge of regulatory capacity, the need for speed in delivering outcomes uh, when this domain changes very, very rapidly. And then two other phrases which we were joking about, ex ante and ex post. I won't preempt our discussion, but we will have a short presentation on the Digital Competition Act for those of you who haven't gone through it yet. Um, and then we'll have three panel discussions on the need for ex ante regulation, on the impact of data on competition, and finally on how the bill is going to be executed and the impact of that. We're honored to have Sri Vinod Dhal, the former acting chairperson of the CCI, joining us to give the opening keynote. Mr. Dal was a founding member and acting chairman of the Competition Commission of India. He laid the groundwork for the eventual functioning of the commission by preparing draft regulations, the framework for competition and for comparative analysis, capacity building. And earlier, when he was in the government as Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, he was a key player in the enactment and the introduction of the Competition Act itself. He's an active and respected expert in competition policy and law, and is sought out for his high-level strategic advice and unique perspective on complex issues, including mergers, cartels, abuse of dominance matters, and compliance. And he has advised global and Indian clients in several high-profile cases, both domestic and cross-border. I'd like to invite Shidhal to give the opening keynote, sir. Sir, if you could join us, please. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you very much, Nikhil. Thank you, MediaNama, for inviting me here. And we all know that this is a very hotly debated issue, not only in India, but all over the world. And though these high-tech companies have brought immense benefits to consumers, as we say, consumer welfare, they've brought immense benefits even to society at large. But on the other hand, they have been accused, not just in India, in EU, now in USA, they've been accused of accumulating monopoly power and then abusing that monopoly power. So this is where we are. And if you'll excuse me, Nikhil, I have sort of prepared a written speech this time so that I don't get misquoted. So the enforcers and the big tech companies, many enforcers led by the EU, which has been at the forefront of this enforcement against big tech. Recently, as you must have read, EU imposed a penalty of over 1.8 billion euros on Apple for abusing its dominant position. Earlier, the EC had ordered Apple in a rather unique case to refund the $13 billion of tax incentive which it got from Ireland, because they said this distorts the market, giving it an unfair advantage. Google also has been at the receiving end of the European Commission, and penalties amounting to about 8 billion euro have been imposed on it for three cases relating to Google Shopping, then the Android operating system, and then certain restrictions that it seeks to place on third-party websites. And you must have read that Microsoft also, recently the EU had opened a formal investigation against Microsoft for bundling its Teams product to its popular Microsoft 365 Office suite. In the US, the DOJ and the FTC, along with some states, have filed cases against Google for anti-competitive and exclusionary practices in the search and search advertising markets. They have also commenced cases against Apple, including very recently for monopolization of smartphone markets. The FTC has also brought cases in court to block Microsoft's acquisition of Blizzard Activision, but that attempt has repeatedly failed. And there have been similar developments in South Korea and in Japan as well. In India, you are familiar with the developments. The Competition Commission has ruled against Google in the Android OS case and in the Google Play case, and earlier in the Bharat Matrimony case. But not only the big tech, you must have heard that even the domestic technical companies have been facing attacks from the other parties such as Make My Trip, Ola, Uber, and also Flipkart and Amazon. In Make My Trip, you must have noticed that there was a penalty and a ruling against Make My Trip. And as Nikhil was just mentioning, there have been a number of such instances where the traditional businesses are protesting or objecting to the practices of the tech companies, even the Indian tech companies. Hotel companies had complaints against Oyo and Airbnb. Taxi companies had complaints against Ola and Uber. Restaurants have had issues with the food delivery companies like Swiggy and Zomato. Kirana shops have been complaining against the e-commerce platforms like Amazon and Flipkart. The CCI did inquire into a number of these complaints, such as against Swiggy and Zomato, but most of these complaints have not succeeded so far. It is not uncommon that when new developments take place in technology or in policy, the affected parties strongly oppose them. In the 1990s, I remember when our domestic economy was being opened up, the Indian industry strongly opposed the new policies. Their complaint was that the entry allowed to foreign businesses will lead to the death of domestic industries. But liberalization was an idea whose time had come and there was no going back. The Indian businesses had to accept the new challenges and thrive in the midst of those new challenges. Today, Indian businesses are better off from the liberalization policies and have themselves grown to global size. So also perhaps those who are opposing the various practices of big tech and of the domestic tech companies will learn to survive and grow in the midst of these new developments. As we know, unfortunately, some of these controversies tend to acquire a political color. When, say, smaller enterprises in large numbers complain against the larger tech companies, when domestic companies protest against foreign rivals, or when political leaders themselves, not only in India, political leaders themselves resent the economic clout acquired by the large companies, for example, in EU and USA. But it is important that the enforcement authorities, the technical authorities, stay away from political pressure and act only on the merits of the case, which is ultimately to the benefit of the local economy. Many experts have been critical of the competition authorities' approach in analyzing the practices of the big tech. According to them, the authorities need to have a better appreciation of the business models of the technical companies, including the big tech companies. The experts also hold that the competition agencies need to attach more weightage to the consumer benefits flowing from these companies. They further are of the view that competition authorities are using only traditional tools for the traditional markets to analyze high-tech companies, which is not really which is not as it should be. Their contention is that digital markets differ from the traditional businesses in several ways. One, the internet has abolished distances and reduced the cost of interaction between the service provider and the recipient. Is reduce the distance between the service provider and the recipient. This facilitates immense economies of scale, allowing the tech companies to expand without substantial additional costs once the basic technology infrastructure has been established by them. Secondly, the technology allows them to simultaneously provide services to different groups of customers. Example, as you know, the users and the advertisers, and enables them to interact with each other. This results, as we know, in multi-sided platforms. Hence, their delivery of service is organized quite differently from the traditional businesses. Thirdly, the digital technologies allow firms to gather real-time data, real-time information on the users, about their preferences in the products and services. These insights enable the tech companies to, in real time, to customize their services to the individual consumers and continuously improve and upgrade the quality of their service. In fact, digital companies compete more on quality than on price, as we know, which is different from the case of traditional markets. On the one side of the market, they may have zero pricing. The attraction for them lies in attracting additional users or eyeballs and reaping the data that comes with them. Going forward, it is likely that this advantage may be even more pronounced with the advent of artificial intelligence, enabling these companies to better train their algorithms and thereby provide yet better quality and more personalized services. Hence, in their case, zero pricing cannot be classified as a predatory practice under competition law. In fact, zero pricing may be a profit maximizing strategy. Further, the tech companies are able to harness their modular technology to provide a bundle of connected services on their platforms that maximizes the value of these services to the users. In this way, they are able to develop an entire ecosystem of services. You all know, for example, some years back, Amazon started off as an online book retailer, but soon it began to retail thousands of other products and also develop a huge ecosystem of complementary services like gaming, video, payment solutions, and so on. Similarly, Google has developed a vast service-based ecosystem around its Android operating system, which is freely available to users, comprising services like search, mail, maps, cloud service, and the rest. So also Apple can be viewed as a multi-device based ecosystem. This is a device-based ecosystem which offers access to several devices and services. Similar is the case with other Indian digital companies. These examples serve to illustrate how dynamic the digital markets are, where the technology is being innovated and newer services are being offered all the time. In fact, innovation and technological development are the typical features of the digital market. One may expect that with the advent of generative AI, the markets can undergo unforeseen and exciting changes. Newer challenges would emerge as they are doing now, and yesterday's champions may be hard put to retain their preeminent position of today. I recently read an article by Frederick Jenny. You people may have heard his name. He was a judge of the French Supreme Court and earlier the vice chief of the French authority. He was the first economist, in fact, to be appointed to the French Supreme Court. Jenny has drawn attention to the characteristics, to the differing characteristics of digital markets, and how he believes that the traditional tools of competition analysis may not be suitable for analyzing digital markets. In fact, this is a very well-researched article, and those of you who are interested may like to go through it. And I have relied quite a bit also on this article in this talk that I have prepared. He has opined that the static analysis relied on by competition authorities may also not be adequate to assess the dynamic and technology-driven digital markets. He has quoted business economists who have said that since technologies and customer needs evolve all the time, sometimes later entrants may often be at an advantage over existing competitors. A stark example is the example of BlackBerry, how it led to its demise when other manufacturers came up. Jenny has stated that the technical barriers to entry in the tech sector are sort of overplayed and may not be the most crucial element explaining the dominance of a few successful platforms like Amazon or Apple or Google. The design of these platforms and their organizational capabilities may be equally important factor in their success. It may also be noted that competition between rivals may be within an ecosystem or it may be between ecosystems. So there's a Google ecosystem and there is the Apple ecosystem. There is competition at this level also. And competition authorities sometimes make the mistake of ignoring the competition between ecosystems and focusing also on individual markets within the ecosystem. They have also been criticized for killer acquisitions resorted to by the big tech players. Many economists and business leaders have demanded that authorities should analyze the counterfactual. For example, would the target of the acquisition, left on its own, have risen to become a successful rival? Would its services have been able to reach the markets on a wide scale on their own strength? Or is it that the acquisition has in fact enabled the target to achieve the far wider markets than what it could have done on its own? That is to say, let's say one of these startups was not acquired, would it ever have reached that kind of level? Would it have been able to deliver its services to such a vast population? And is it not a business strategy, in fact, of many startups to reach a level where they become a valuable target? Their very business strategy is to become so good, so valuable, that maybe a Google or an Amazon would like to acquire them. Enterprises employ all sorts of clever or innovative ways to compete and maximize profits. Unlike in traditional markets, their business models might differ in the digital market, and yet they would be competing each other. For example, the business model of Apple is different from Google, but they are competitors in the market for mobiles. Only in a proper, and this is important, only in a proper case-by-case inquiry can the businesses explain their practices and how these maximize consumer experiences and benefits. Thus, under competition law, the inquiry has to be case specific. No one can defend the indefensible, and if law is being breached, action has to be taken, whether it is Apple or Google or anybody else. But what may be grossly unacceptable in one case may be completely reasonable in another case. For example, zero pricing. It may be predatory in one market, but it may not be predatory at all. Hence, a blanket ban on large companies would be unjustified and even counterproductive as it may curb business initiatives and innovation. So, confronted with the so-called abuse of dominance by the big tech authorities in some jurisdictions, have veered to enacting new laws to deal with the problem. That is to say, the ex-ante laws that will be at the very threshold bar the big giants from undertaking certain kinds of practices. The ex-ante approach would mean that once a company crosses the prescribed thresholds, it would be required to discontinue such practices on its own initiative, failing which it can be directed to discontinue those practices and heavy penalties can be imposed. The most prominent among the ex-ante laws is the Digital Markets Act, the DMA of Europe. Very briefly, the DMA provides that if an enterprise exceeds the laid down thresholds in size and the number of users, such an enterprise cannot resort to certain prohibited activities such as self-preferencing, tying, preventing users from deleting apps, etc., etc. This has come into force from the 6th of March, come into effect from the 6th of March in Europe. The UK too has deliberated on this issue, and a bill has been introduced in Parliament where it is pending. It is, however, understood that this bill diverges from the EU DMA in several ways and is designed to be milder and more nuanced and not as heavy-handed as the DMA. In Australia too, the debate has been taking place, and the ACCC has made some recommendations on which the government has so far not taken any decision. In the US, Congress had inquired into the issue and recommended 2 laws to rein in the activities of the big tech. But no law has been introduced so far even though the Biden administration, as we know, has been much more committed to forceful enforcement of antitrust law than previous administrations. On the other hand, the Biden administration has pursued its objective by launching several cases only under the antitrust law. The objective of the ex-ante laws are the same as of competition law. That is to say, maintain healthy competition in the market. But the approach of the two varies. The guiding principle of competition law has always been non-invasive, and it allows rivals to compete to the utmost, to unleash their animal spirits, allowing the better rival to prevail. It is a standard understanding that competition laws are not to be, in a sense, proactive. Their job is more like a referee, which is sitting outside the field and is just seeing that the teams can play as hard, as well as they want, but they should not break certain rules. So that is a kind of role that the competition authorities, which is very different from the role of sector regulators, let's say like SEBI or TRAI or anybody else. So if an entity resorts to practices prohibited under the competition law, then and then only the interference by the competition authority is called for. In that case, the law provides that a due inquiry specific to that case should be undertaken by the competition authority before passing any order. The due process would allow a full opportunity to the offending party to justify and defend its practices. On the other hand, in the ex-ante laws, in a manner of speaking, the verdict would have been passed before the inquiry is. In light of these considerations, a heavy-handed ex-ante law needs to be reconsidered. Great caution needs to be observed. Blanket prohibitions of certain practices across the board may not be justified and may chill innovation and technological development, along with the multifarious benefits these bring to consumers and to the broader economy. In this respect, the fallout from the DMA has still to be examined. It has only now started this month. We have to see what are the results of that in terms of curbing innovation, in terms of reducing the value of these services to consumers, and so on. Maybe a little patience at our end may also be desirable. Wait and see. So this is not the place for specific suggestions, as these suggestions need some further thought. But as a broad principle, we should consider to what extent we can eschew the ex-ante approach in favor of an ex-post route. Perhaps certain provisions can be inserted into our existing competition law. For example, can we add to the list of abuses of dominance given in Section 4 of the Act? Can we strengthen the CCI's powers to pass interim orders? Because it's always often a criticism that the CCI process takes so long, by that time the damage is done. But if you empower the CCI, which it does have, to pass interim orders, that problem can be taken care of. So can we strengthen the CCI's power to pass interim orders? Can we impose strict timelines on the Competition Commission? And so on and so forth. These specifics can be the subject for a separate discussion. So thank you very much. These are some of the thoughts I've placed before you people. Thank you, Nikhil. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. And I think the a couple of points that you'd raised that really resonated with me about how competition authorities should not ignore competition between ecosystems, and that they should also analyze the counterfactual with respect to killer acquisitions, and there should be case-by-case inquiries. But I think I'm in full agreement that we shouldn't rush into this because the impact on innovation is actually very, very difficult to discern. Thank you for your guidance and your suggestions, and we will be publishing your notes, and we will write it about it as well. And we hope that this will be taken into account by those making the law. I'm just going to quickly run through. One sec. A quick presentation uh, on the bill, and it seems to be a problem. So, okay, now I can't hear myself. That's useful. So we'll basically cover some aspects of the bill for your consideration before we move into sessions. And we're going to talk about how systemically significant digital enterprises have been curated or have been defined, what core digital services are, how SSDs are going to be designated, their obligations, the CCI's investigative powers and penalties for non-compliance, and the powers of the government as well. Um, I'm not going to go into the timeline because we're a little short on time, but basically, what's important to remember here is that there are certain services called core digital services like online search engines, online social networking site, video sharing platforms, interpersonal communication services, operating systems, web browsers, cloud services, advertising, online intermediation services, which are essentially intermediaries. What's important about this is that telecom operators are not in the mix. They're not being treated as online intermediation services. And we'll get into some of those aspects because we know that telecom operators are also acquiring online businesses and leveraging their market power. Thankfully, we have net neutrality, but they are in a position to leverage their market power. In terms of systemically significant digital enterprises, they're defined as uh, those services, those enterprises which are offering these core digital services. And there are two types of threshold, financial and user threshold. What's important here is that they have to meet both financial and user thresholds for this bill to become active. Now, one point of conversation is that the EU has been able to narrow down the companies impacted by the DMA to largely 6 enterprises. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But the thinking behind this bill and the conversation that we're hearing around this bill is how do you narrow the impact so that only certain large players are affected? And very clearly, 10 million end users in India is not a criteria that will fit that bill. And at some point in time, even the 4,000 crore market cap, which is companies valued at uh, half a billion, is also not going to meet that criteria. Remember, India, I think, has over 115 unicorns already. Uh, Now, the Competition Commission can also designate significantly the SSD, systematically significant digital enterprises on the basis of qualitative factors. And that could be on the basis of the economic power, the integration with other markets, dependence of end users, barriers to entry, lock-in effects, network effects, and social costs. Um, there is also a mechanism to prevent circumvention of the bill, wherein what they're saying is that you can't segment or divide that enterprise into different companies or services. Remember, one important factor to keep in mind over here is that globally, about 4 or 5 years ago, I think it was, that Google became Alphabet, and they systematically separated out into different companies. And my reading at that point was when an antitrust law comes or some of this comes in, they will be able to separate the companies into independent working units with ease and saying that there are only mutual agreements between those enterprises. So So the core digital services in case of Google and many of those cases are already separated. Um, there are, of course, associate companies that can be designated as associate digital enterprises if they're involved in the provision of the same core digital service in India. Now, in the EU, as opposed to if you look at in India with core digital service, the EU has core platform services. And there are two changes in between the EU and India. In the sense, EU also covers virtual assistants, which in effect would cover AI. India does not. And it also, in India, it's number independent interpersonal communication services that are considered. So one can assume that India covers number dependent interpersonal communication services, which should maybe even mean telecom operators. It's not clear. The jury's out on that one. Um, these are companies like Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, ByteDance, Meta, Microsoft, which have been designated as gatekeepers in the EU for these specific core platform services that are defined. The EU basically has a very different criteria. They're talking about $7.5 billion, billion euros in each of the last 3 financial years, or an average market capitalization of 75 billion euros, and having 45 million monthly active users or more than 10,000 yearly active business users. Go back to India, you have 10 million and 10,000 again, right? So the significant difference for a jurisdiction that has 450 million users, uh, 10% of the base is basically the threshold for users. In India, it's what, 1/100th, what a minuscule part of our population that is covered. India, by the way, has 900 plus million internet connections. So the obligations are important. So one, they have to operate in a fair, non-discriminatory and transparent manner, no self-referencing, no restrictions on usage of third-party apps. They can't restrict users to download, install, operate, or use third-party apps on the platform, which means app stores can be allowed to, or they will need to allow to list other app stores on the platform, which is a major concern. And I'll talk a little bit about that during the sessions. No anti-steering policies, which means that, for example, if someone's installing an APK, there were warning signals that would come up, especially related to security, that you're installing an app which is not downloaded from the store, or if it's a non-secure app, those warnings would come in. So they're being treated as anti-steering policies, and they are not allowed. There is no tying and bundling, um, which means that multiple core, they can't incentivize users to use one or more of its services alongside the core digital services unless it's integral to the provision of the core digital service. It means that if you look at these core digital services, uh, you can't connect the two. So, for example, you can't force the installation of the Play Store along with an Android installation, or you can't ensure that a browser gets downloaded or is preloaded if it's owned by the same company. Um, Apart from that, what's also critical is data sharing. So you can't share data without consent across these services. They're not allowed to intermix or cross-use their personal data, users' personal data, or permit usage of such data by any third party. So they can't, if it's a core digital service, they can't allow a third party to use that service, and that has implications for retargeting across the internet. You're also not allowed to use non-public data of business users to compete with them, which has been a concern around e-commerce platforms that are coming up with their own private labels to compete with players, and they have a disproportionate amount of access to data. These platforms also need to enable data portability. Now, in terms of penalties, they can be as high as 10% of the enterprise's global turnover. CCI, of course, has the power to conduct inquiries and impose orders and penalties. Enterprises can be investigated, that are being investigated, can propose a settlement as well before an order is passed. Um, Orders can be appealed at the national company, at NCLAT and at the Supreme Court. penalties for non-compliance with CCI directions and orders is up to 1 lakh per day, up to a maximum of 10 crores. There are also penalties for people in the company, up to 10% of the average income for the past 3 preceding financial years. And there are compensation claims as well. So the CCI's role is that it will have to prescribe how obligations are going to be applied. All obligations don't apply to all core digital services, so they will specify obligations applicable to each core digital service through regulations. They might also prescribe different obligations for different entities. So there can be company-specific obligations that the CCI can define. CCI has the power to make rules and regulations, to issue guidelines. Now, the government can exempt a particular enterprise from the provisions of the Act, and that's a significant power. And they can also amend the list of core digital services. So you might see AI coming in at some point in time. The government can also make rules, and the central government has the power to issue directions to the CCI. It can also supersede the CCI if the commission is unable to discharge its functions or has not complied with government directions, or if the government deems this is necessary in public interest. So that's a quick overview. We've got coverage. You've been sent a reading list as well. We're going to move to the first panel discussion, post which we'll break for tea. I'd like to invite the panelists for the first discussion. Meghna Bal, Director of Asia Center. Meghna, if you could join us. Vishy, are you there?
Yes, Nikhil, I'm here.
Great. So we have Vishwanath Bengali who's an Associate Professor for Economics at IIM Ahmedabad. And I'd like to invite Mr. Navneet Sharma on stage. Sir. He's the Director General, Cuts Institute for Regulation and Competition.
By the way, Nikhil, at the beginning, when you're ushering people to come in to sit in the front row, that reminded me of my teaching, by the way. This is exactly what I do at the beginning of each class.
Sometimes we have to do what we have to do, you know.
Luckily, we have assigned seating for our students. So therefore, in some classes at least, so therefore that pain is gone. But I couldn't help but comment on that.
We cheat from professors all the time. We also send people a reading list before class.
I understand that. I figured it out when you were giving the summary, so it was kind of nice.
Is there a problem with the chair? Why don't you take this one? Sure. Okay. Thanks. So, Megha, I'll start with you. First, I just wanted to clarify something. At least the report that's come out says that you support ex-ante regulations. Is that the case? Because I've heard of other instances also where people privately are saying that they don't support ex-ante, but the report says that they do. Are you one of those?
No. In fact, when the report came out, I made a very public proclamation on LinkedIn for whoever is on my network there that we were misrepresented and we do not support ex-ante regulation. And essentially what we told them, in fact, our first slide said India is not the EU. And the second slide said that you will create a quagmire of consumer compliances where if under GDPR consent fatigue was a problem, that has nothing on what the DMA proposes to bring. So you should just enhance the CCI's existing capabilities, institutional capabilities, if you want to do anything. But if you are hell-bent on bringing in ex-ante, then you should do X, Y, and Z.
But you would still agree that the CCI, the powers that it has, the way it's operating is insufficient for digital markets, right?
No, I don't agree with that because none of the cases that this law has supposedly been inspired by have reached finality. So we don't even know whether the conduct that is specified here and some of the conduct and some of the core digital services that have been identified here that do not figure in any cases in this country. So we don't know whether it is anti-competitive conduct in the end of the day. And the primary reason on the reading the report that the committee specifies for bringing in ex ante is that basically ex post is too inefficient. But there is enough evidence to show that ex ante in this country particularly is even more inefficient. And I can go into it in the specific example of a regulator regulating a two-sided market where, I mean, the TRAI and broadcasting, where, I mean, I have data till 2019, but in 2019, there were over 690 petitions related to broadcasting sitting before TDSAT. And I think it's either 2019 or 2021, about 12 or 13 petitions sitting in front of the High Courts and the Supreme Courts related to TRAI regulation. Every time the TRAI has come out with ex ante regulation regarding the businesses of broadcasting, whether it be an interconnection or tariff, it has been challenged. And it has been challenged because similar to this law, so nothing that we see here is, very new in terms of the remedies prescribed. So this law also seems to, on the one hand, the report says that bundling can be both pro-competitive and anti-competitive, yet the regulatory position that it's taken is that bundling is an absolute no-no. If you read the provision, it says you cannot indirectly or directly tie or bundle, require or incentivize the bundling of any services, not only core digital services, any services with core digital services. If you take it to its most absurd extreme, or you read it in the broadest sense, essentially, if you have advertising services, which are a core digital service under this law, you basically banned the bundling of advertising services with any other services. So in effect, you've banned advertising online. Now, going back to TRAI's regulations have been challenged repeatedly. One of the regulations that it constantly tries to usher in, it's this decision that it's taken unilaterally that bundling in broadcasting is patently anti-consumer, even though all evidence suggests the contrary, that consumers like bundles, they get more value for their money, et cetera, et cetera. There's huge efficiencies involved, and in content business is different from what we're discussing here. But in the context of broadcasting, what we've seen is that rather than solve for a market failure, regulation has continuously brought in additional market failures. I mean, I can go deeper into it.
So let's let's take that situation, and let's also take the situation of the Google Play Store case. There was an investigation, there was a ruling, now there's a test match happening, and multiple innings one by one. But that can happen even in it's happening in ex post. The same thing is similar to what you're saying is happening in ex ante as well, right? With the TRAI, that there are cases and no one's happy with the outcome. That happens even in ex post. Isn't this just speeding up the process then?
No, I would say no, because it takes at least 2 years for any TRAI regulation from when it's been introduced. First of all, from when it's been introduced to when it's been able to come into force. Once it comes into force, again, it is challenged, or let's say it's come into force, there's been some negotiation, or there's been a litigation, there's been some negotiation and they've tweaked something, then another set of stakeholders will challenge it. And that's what we're seeing right now. NTO, which is NTO 1, which came in which they introduced in 2017. Also, the other thing about the TRAI is that they introduce a regulation. It is contrary to the economic principles in the market. And then, of course, the ensuing market failure comes about, and then they jump in. And 2 months later, there's no time for the regulation to settle. 2 months later, again, they bring in a new regulation. That's what happened with NTO, where it came in 2017, it was challenged, came in force in 2020. And basically what it did was it forced consumers to choose from 900 channels, which channels they want. So TRAI presumes that, okay, all consumers are forced, these bundles of penny channels are forced on them. So let them choose the 5-10 channels that they watch, which is contrary to how a bundle works, right?
I'm not really questioning the idea of a bundle and the issue there. I'm just saying that when you have ex post verdicts coming in, A, they take a long time to come to that verdict. B, then there's a follow-up. There are cases, et cetera, that happen. Isn't there a case that you can have ex ante regulation which set the rules of the road, which can then Because every time there's an investigation, companies change their policies. They can change them in the middle. Sometimes it takes like 6 years, 8 years for the verdict to come. Isn't there a case that ex ante will just prevent some of these problems from occurring? This entire long process of basically delayed justice, so to speak, for someone.
I don't think so. The experience of TRAI in this country has shown otherwise. The regulatory position is still not settled because, and if you look at the number of amendments that they've brought in to their regulation in broadcasting, it indicates that one, there's a clear disconnect in terms of their understanding of how these businesses work. And if you now contextualize it to the DDCB, where basically you have a regulator deciding what is integral to a digital service provider's business, I don't think it's going to reach finality immediately. There's going to be lots of push and pull where the CCI will say, no, this is anti-competitive, and the SSDE will say, no, but this is integral to my business. I cannot operate without this particular service or without this particular mode of operation. I don't think it's going to reach finality immediately. And even if let's say the CCI decides something in 1 year, I think it will take them a multitude of years, given the number of sectors, number of businesses that they have to deal with. Let's say they decide something for one business in about 1 or 2 years, it'll be challenged. That challenge will take, let's say, anywhere from 4 to 5 to 10 years, depending on how enthusiastic the courts are about taking it up. It'll be challenged across multiple fora. It won't only be challenged in the High Court. It has to go to the Supreme Court. So where is the efficiency? I don't see where the efficiency is. And it will be done across multiple businesses. Here, TRAI is only dealing with broadcasting. CCI is dealing with a multitude of businesses. So you're looking at, I don't know, upwards of 50 years of litigation around different businesses, litigation and negotiation around different businesses. So where is the efficiency? I think it's a weak argument.
Okay. Navneet, do we need both ex ante and ex post, or is ex post enough?
Let's go back to the conversation you were having with Meghna.
A little louder in the mic, closer, please.
Yeah, let's go back to the question you raised to Meghna, that whether it's a strong argument to have an ex ante regulation, and she has presented her argument about TRAI's examples. For a moment, I want this house to consider this whole argument a little more conceptually. Let's take a couple of more steps back.
Okay, but quickly, because we have Rishi to also bring in.
So conceptually, the resolution of a market failure or a competitive restraint rests on a negotiation between the competition authority and the business. Ultimately, that is what will deliver, not the penalties, not the threat of penalties and so on, and not the threat of any other legal proceedings. Ultimately, it is how competition authority identifies a problem and how it negotiates with a business to resolve this. And that opportunity is fully available to you in ex post, because now we have settlement and commitment regime fully notified. So my sense is that let that play out fully and you will know whether that is inadequate.
But how is it allowing it to play out fully work? Because, sometimes we see in 2018 that penalties are imposed on the basis of revenue in 2009. There's just, by the time you get an outcome of these cases, it becomes irrelevant almost.
That is what I'm saying. So therefore, it is not the legal proceeding and the penalty that will remedy the market failure. The whole argument is, can you intervene with the player and have a quick rectification? And that rectification will be delivered by either settlement or commitment, not by your lengthy proceedings, not by going up to Supreme Court. That's a regular legal proceeding. So please understand who will deliver the solution. If you understand that part of the solution, you will know what rest all is gravy and this is leg piece.
So then you basically need to optimize to reach that, so that it reaches that particular final adjudicator as quickly as possible. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Then
I'm saying you have to have an efficient mechanism to operate on settlement and commitment. That is where your success will come, not from your legal proceeding.
The problem with litigation is that it will get tied up for years and years and years, and it will never move to a resolution.
Therefore,
so then why not ex ante to prevent it in the first place?
That is what I'm saying. Even in ex ante, what will get you the quick win? ultimately it is the regulator and the company which will settle down that here is a problem and this is the resolution. I propose, regulator approves. If that process is done, you have an opportunity to conduct that process even in ex post now. Earlier, we did not have settlement and commitment, but now we have that. So therefore, it's the same medicine, it's the same formulation which you can have here.
So how would you amend why aren't we amending the Competition Act to include some provisions to improve the outcome, so to speak, rather than coming up with a whole new separate law for the digital ecosystem?
The amendment has been done. It has been now notified. Now we need to have a little more patience of about 2-3 years so that we see whether the settlement and commitment is delivering. It is already in place now. After the last year's amendment, it is already in place now.
So then why this bill?
That's the whole question. Because this is adding to the regulatory uncertainty rather than resolving the matter. So therefore, that's the whole argument that we need not rush to it.
But surely you think that there's clear evidence of concentration of power in the digital sector, right? And digital markets do end up with abuse of dominance. Someone in a conversation was making an example of, for example, how Amazon's now come up with earphones similar to India's most popular selling earphones, which are Boat. Because they have access to data, they have access to competitive advantage. They are actually a player in their own marketplace. What's wrong with preventing some of these aspects of allowing entities to become players in their own marketplace? And that's something that can be done ex ante as well.
So the first thing is that, I hear your argument that digital markets are a little more prone because of the data angle. Somebody having superior data access, therefore that translates into better decision making. I understand that. But it is slightly inaccurate to say that only digital markets suffer market concentration. Across the board, you can have data, whether if you trust HHI, then HHI, or if market share or any other data, you can see that even non-digital sectors now heavily suffer from market concentration. So therefore, I am not a great fan of this argument that let's leave everything else and get to digital alone. Because the economy, digital's contribution is still not that big, right? It is growing, certainly. It is central, yes. It is strategic, yes. It will be even more important, yes. But has rest of the economy lost its weight? No. So therefore, that's my first answer. The second question is, what can we do to really overcome those competitive restraints or strategic restraints which some of these companies can play? So there again, I'll go back to my original argument that let's identify them. And instead of running lengthy proceedings, let's strengthen the capacity to settle and commit, secure commitments. That is your route to salvation.
Vishy, is ex ante the route to salvation?
I don't know. I'm generally a very anti-ex ante for a couple of reasons. I'll tell you. Whenever I address corporates and I start talking, am I audible?
Yeah, but you're not visible. I think we need to fix something there. Now you are, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe let me restart. When I start addressing corporates, typically the stuff that is thrown at me is you're an academic, so therefore you get theoretical. Now, when it comes to ex ante, that's exactly what I see to be the argument. And there are two sides of the story. One's the game theory version that I teach in the class, and there's a behavioral version that is again coming in. So therefore, for ex ante to work, you need to have localized evidence that is pretty much required to see how consumers behave and everything else. So therefore, to me, for ex ante to work at some point in time, we need to have solid evidence on how Indian markets work, which are very different from the way the European markets work. I mean, for me, in the European market, while it's a reduction in transaction cost that the platforms bring to the table, in the Indian setup, it's more than reduction in transaction costs. And I'm going to come back to this point again and again. It's a buildup of trust in every sense of the word. So to me, therefore, I'm not a great fan of ex ante. whatever penalties, whatever you're talking about, they are available and exposed as well. I mean, at this point in time, the real delay, as Meghna rightly pointed out, is really in the judicial process in terms of investigation and everything else, defining market, relevant market, et cetera, et cetera. These are big things to do. So therefore, I am not really sure that ex ante is the right way to go at this stage.
But this doesn't even define relevant market, right? The
No,
the relevant market is the entire internet according to this regulation.
Yeah, I mean, so that's where I think maybe one could have problems as well, in the sense that the informal economy in India is so large and it kind of can give you a lot of competition at times. All I'm saying is that I want to look for evidence. I want to look for proper studies. For example, one of the papers that's floating around in SSRN by me, Danny Sokol, and another co-author from ISB, the three of us, we show that the platforms are helping small businesses in a significant manner. We show that there are advantages of these digital players in a significant way. So therefore, there are lots of other benefits in Indian context which are not probably there in the European and the American context. So therefore, I'd like to come back to this again and say that for this to work out, you need to know what advantage they bring to the local economy. And to me, that's at this point in time a little absent. Again, we go by case basis. Case by case is not the basis for example.
So we see traditional competition regulation is focused on two aspects, right? Market dominance and the abuse of market dominance. In the internet, which is a winner takes all kind of a paradigm, or where they're basically number one and number two only, they effectively create an ecosystem where there's a barrier to entry for anyone else. And sometimes large players come in and take over the space. If they enter a space where there are already other players, they come in just with the power that they have because of the aggregated sort of the ecosystem of services that they bring to the table, the logins that are easy. They do what is called market crowding. In a sense, they take over most of the market and no one else can get in then. So don't you think this entire paradigm of dominance plus its abuse has kind of failed? And isn't there a need for an alternative to that?
I mean, first of all, I know you keep using the word that, big is bad. Big is not necessarily bad, right? I mean, we're going back to the old MRTP days where we would say that just because you're big, you need to be curtailed.
No, I'm not saying big is bad. I'm saying where you are almost the market, right? In that case,
no, but
there's no space for new entrant.
Nikhil, are we not ignoring this entire informal economy in India? If let's say Uber tries to price itself hugely because it has whatever market share, define the market and define the market share. I am sure I'm going to find some, I call in my class at Chotu who will come and pick me up from the airport at a very reasonable price. So therefore, the ability of the dominance, just because you have huge market share, again, depending on what market you decide, is where the misnomer is, right? I mean, so therefore, dominance and abuse of dominance are two different things, and abuse of dominance has to be looked at seriously. Just because you're big does not allow you to kind of automatically abuse a dominant position.
Look, but you can see examples, right? For example, there's no room left for a messaging service. There is no room left. I mean, globally, Gmail dominates that space.
I'm not sure Microsoft and Apple will agree at this stage for that statement that you just made, but anyway, we will humor you for that.
I would think that Microsoft and Apple actually would agree.
Okay, fair enough.
So is there space?
I mean, there is entry happening, right? I mean, Telegraph has entered in the messaging space. WhatsApp exists in the messaging space. Email services, there are other things that are coming up. So therefore, I'm not really sure that entry is dead completely the way you're portraying it to be. We are celebrating, Sam Altman in this country a few days ago. He's made a revolution. There's a new revolution that will come up. We're suddenly saying ChatGPT. By the way, just as an aside, how do you scare an academic? You just say ChatGPT in his or her ear. They get scared because they're very worried about how students are going to copy their assignments from internet right now. But nonetheless, I think you get the picture of where I'm going with it. I mean, it's not as if the technology has reached its dead end and then we've sung whatever it is for it, right? I mean, there are There are innovations happening all through. And the moment you start talking about case by case basis, or this case happening, and I keep pointing out a counter case, this is where ex ante becomes the problem, right? I mean, it is a case by case basis. So therefore, by definition, it is an ex post argumentation at the end of the day. You need to look for evidence and then.
Understood. Megha, are telecom operators included? Like we had a net neutrality issue when Facebook tried to control the infrastructure with partnerships with telecom operators, and um, net neutrality regulations address that. Now, Jio is going in and bundling, different services in a traditional Reliance type of vertically integrated business with the telecom operator, plus content, plus services, plus commerce, plus everything that you can think of. Um, are they included in this bill? Should they be included in this bill? Should
So I don't think they're included in this bill. And I know you alluded to interpersonal communication services and them not being linked to a number, which would be
I'm a big GeoChat fan.
yeah, yeah. But basically, interpersonal communication services that are not linked to a number, I think that wording has been specifically included to exclude telcos rather than include them. And on the one hand, I would say that it is a concern that, they are not seen as gatekeepers, quote unquote. Although, I mean, if you consider the thresholds here, it's not even about dominance, it's just about a moderate amount of success in the digital ecosystem, and you get caught by this bill. But aside from that, yeah, it is surprising that they haven't been brought in, because network neutrality, while it is part of the licensing regulations, there was no notification of the multi-stakeholder body, which was a recommendation of the TRAI in 2020. Telcos are constantly calling for network neutrality to be diluted.
Yeah, but bundling is separate from net neutrality. It's not really the same thing. So
Agreed.
there's nothing.
But this bill talks about platform neutrality. I would say network neutrality is one step, a little more fundamental than that. I personally, on a fundamental level, disagree with the existence of this bill. So I'm not talking about, like that they should be included as well. But it is surprising that they haven't been included, given how heavily vertically integrated they are across a host of sectors, and how there is scope for them to, let's say, if I'm a telco and I own a particular digital business and my rival digital business is offering some kind of offer or sale or anything like that, what's to stop me from slowing down the transmission or the upload speed for that website so that consumers find it kind of glitchy and get redirected to mine? And who's going to enforce that? How are people going to catch it? Who's going to monitor it? There's nothing really for that. So I think that is something that it's surprising has not been considered, given, the vast amount of space this committee's report has given to all the other perceived theories of harm around competition in the digital sphere. That being said, of course, none of it really seems to be empirically informed. And I mean, we've done some research on what the potential impact of this bill will be on one set of stakeholders, but I mean, I can come to that later as well.
Vishi, about control of gateways, key gateways, right? Whether it's app stores, operating systems. We saw last month, I think it was, that several apps were taken down because they were not in compliance with a particular with Google's Play Store policies. Um, uh, isn't this abuse of power? Shouldn't it be a situation where where shouldn't the control of gateways by dominant firms, isn't that an issue? Couldn't that be used to limit competition once upon a time, even though the policies have changed now? I remember a call from a uh, from a founder who, by mistake, had issued a press release that they're launching an app store within their app, and essentially they were advertising apps within their app, and then launched a separate section for it. But their press release had said that they're launching an app store within the app, which led to a massive amount of panic because they were afraid that they would be deplatformed from the Play Store because it violates those policies. That is effective. That could be seen as an anti-competitive policy. Shouldn't that kind of gateway, like control of gateways because
So,
be stopped, and how can it be stopped then?
so I'll ask you a different question, and I said I'll come back to the word called trust. If I were to download an app from a Play Store, I were to download an app, or I do some transaction on a platform, and it turns out that I got cheated or something happened, and something terrible happened, whom would I blame at the end of the day? Is it the platform or is it just the other side of the platform? I think I'll blame both. I trusted it and therefore I downloaded it. So therefore there's a problem. So therefore, I mean, I look at it a little differently. I mean, again, I'll come back to this. Can we prove very clearly that this is happening because of one reason versus the other reason? I actually think that the platforms have a solid responsibility on them to a reasonable degree to provide trust, and that's what they do. Just to give you an example of what a trust would be, so that everyone's on the same platform. If you were to order some stuff off internet and you don't get the good that is promised, I mean, it happened with one of my students where he ordered a laptop and something else showed up. He called up the phone, called up one of his seniors who works in one of these major e-commerce giants. Matter got resolved in a matter of minutes. Now imagine that doesn't exist. And you have to go to a court of law to get your issue remedied, and we all know what's going on. So therefore, for the small business, what a platform does, in my opinion, is that it creates much needed trust among its end consumers. So to me, that's the important thing. And that's where I would believe that some of these practices are coming from.
So I don't disagree with you on e-commerce at all, Rishi.
Just let me finish here, and then
Sure.
we can talk it out. The point is, can we show one way or the other that this fees that they levy or these practices that they actually have, is it to provide greater security to you and I, or is it an abuse of the power that they actually have? To me, the evidence is not clear. If we can prove one way or the other very, very clearly, then we'll see what happens. Yeah.
So I don't disagree with you on the e-commerce piece. I remember like the reason why frankly, my belief is the reason why e-commerce grew in India was because when Flipkart started expanding, one thing that would happen is that if you ordered something, you would get exactly what you ordered, as opposed to getting something random, which used to happen with e-commerce marketplaces before that. But there is a point that Dinesh Agarwal, the founder of IndiaMart, had made when we'd spoken to him in 2020 about this Play Store issue. And he said, why is it that we can't have the unbundling of various services? So even for trust, why can't there be a space for independent trust marks, which allow you to understand which app to download and which not? Why can't you unbundle discovery? Why can't you unbundle that from trust? Why can't you unbundle that from payments? The bundle that was leading to that high pricing power, you can also allow independent participants in that space. There are trust marks for various things and certifications for various things in the world today. Why is it that the platform that runs the discovery also is the platform that has exclusivity over trust?
So therefore, the argument is you're expecting me to say that what Nikhil says is right without having idea of how Nikhil is saying what he's saying. So therefore, that is where I think certain amount of practices are coming from. So I think my argument is very simple, Nikhil. I understand your side of the story as well and where you're coming from. I think my argument is, can we prove one way or the other very clearly that these practices are motivated with an intention of harming only competition or to develop trust? I mean, if I were to see something on a Play Store, and I would say that, this is certified by XYZ, there's a bit of a comfort that I would get. Now, the real issue is if I were to open my Android phone, I have 2-3 different Play Stores in my phone, and different Play Stores have different apps that they provide that I could download. So to me, to that extent, I don't see, I mean, I'm not saying I don't see an issue. All I'm saying is that I'd like to understand more clearly. This is where the evidence to me is lacking. Why is it that this is happening? Can we clearly articulate it? Can we clearly say that this is only because of trying to abuse the dominant position? Or is it because they understand that the business that they transact in is trust?
Okay. Thanks, Rishi. Look, I don't disagree with you, but My role here is an adversarial moderator, just
please.
letting you know.
No.
So
No, nobody's judging anybody by
nobody's judging
just saying,
anybody. I'm
not
glad.
with a personal lens. Yeah.
But I mean, these are still rational points that we are hearing, right? I mean, Dinesh's comment was bang on, I felt, when he made it, that there is a possibility for unbundling and you can define mechanisms. Navneet, is there a case for restriction uh, on dominant firms leveraging their market power to acquire potential competitors in terms of what are called killer acquisitions? Um, isn't and uh, At times players are so companies when they're acquired are so small that it doesn't seem like it's going to have an impact on competition, but you have a potential that gets scrubbed out in the beginning itself uh, uh, because gets acquired. So isn't there room for creating some sort of a restriction on, especially on killer acquisitions, where companies acquire products just to kill them?
See, when a competition authority is faced with a decision to approve or disapprove such an acquisition, let's understand that it is sitting in the seat of a crystal gazer or an astrologer. It hasn't got, how does a competition authority build scenarios that what can pan out, right? And there are, if you read the existing Competition Act, there are certain factors which it can employ. But if you look at the data from, particularly from pharmaceuticals, there are one or two good case studies. Of course, there are more case studies in digital, right? And there are other high tech or high and engineering case studies as well. Broadly, these three segments. If you see that there are, and then Mr. Dal just now illuminated us that there is a case where a startup has an aspiration to be eaten one day. That's all the aspiration it has got, and that's why it has established itself. It has sought the initial funding. It has developed the product. It has developed the initial traction so that it can be acquired one day. Now, is there anything illegitimate about that aspiration? Is a question. The second is when such a filing comes before competition authority, on what basis it says that it will have future. There are some indicators like some critical technology. There are, so based on extremely few cases, it is possible to foresee future. But in large number of cases, a competition authority cannot. So therefore, right now, if you look at, I mean, I am personally tracking some of those research and methodologies. It is a work in progress where we can have a reasonable framework to answer whether something will really have a strategic value in future. As of now, this is an inconclusive.
But would you say that there are certain players that have reached a certain amount of size that are worthy of a certain higher degree of scrutiny, um, or susceptible or subject to a different set of regulations just because of the ability that they have to influence the future of the marketplace, the internet
Definitely, yes. In
marketplace?
some extremely rare cases, there are those indications where a startup has developed certain critical technology. I mean, we can see this in some, not only digital, but even non-digital sectors
So,
also.
like the EU is narrowed down to 6 companies,
Yeah,
right? Why shouldn't we narrow down to 6 companies in the same way?
that's the whole point, because the designation criteria which your presentation showed.
No, that's going to basically take. I mean, if you ask anyone, 10 million registered users is like 2-3 months of just advertising spends, and they'll get that. Because remember, the definition in the IT rules is registered users and not monthly active users in a sense, right? Everyone will register for a cashback. That's the way this market works.
So therefore, the question you raised right now, the design of our existing bill, does it lead us to where you want to lead? Answer is no. Should we strive to narrow down the criteria so that we really are focusing on where the shoe pinches, yes, we ought to. So that is what this discussion today and the number of discussions we are having these days should really aspire to help us arrive at.
Meghna, do you want to add something? I have a question about private labels.
Yeah, actually, I do want to add something. So even if we, let's say, narrow it down to 6 companies, the fundamental problem with this law and the DMA is that it only considers the competitive paradigm between businesses that are not SSDs or gatekeepers in the context of the DMA and businesses and SSDs. So basically, only this bill really only seeks to benefit the competitors of SSDs without considering the fact that there are a multitude of both businesses and of course consumers that benefit significantly from them. And we just did a study on MSMEs and the impact of this bill on MSMEs where we surveyed 300 of these entities. Now MSMEs are kind of constrained by many limitations, right? They are in India particularly 99% of them are owned by proprietors. 66% of these proprietors hail from socially backward classes, scheduled castes, and other backward economic classes, etc. Now, they are limited in terms of their technical know-how, in terms of resources, in terms of access to markets. And what we found is that targeted advertising that is available on particularly the 6 or the 5 or 4 large platforms that I'm assuming you're alluding to, helps these businesses immensely in terms of revenue generation. 85% of them indicated that it was positive for revenue generation, cost reduction, time saving, and customer acquisition, both domestically and internationally. So then we ask them, okay, fine. And then the other service, of course, which would be constrained by this law and is also constrained. And why I'm talking about targeted advertising, let me first explain that or give that context. The data usage restriction under Section 12(2), you mentioned that essentially it will affect targeting on these platforms. And while it's not explicitly stated as an objective of this law in this report, it is explicitly or more or less implicitly explicitly stated as an objective of the corresponding provision in the DMA, where recital 37 says that if there is any drop in quality of service, it should be a function of this provision. So essentially what you have is you have a provision that is basically reducing the targeting or the targeting capabilities of these platforms. And then we asked, so that is why we asked these MSMEs, how would you be impacted if there was a law that came in that reduce the targeted advertising capabilities of the platform that you use? And 61% of them indicated that they would be negatively impacted. Another service that we looked at was single sign-on. So single sign-on, if anyone is familiar with, any e-commerce website, you go and it tells you to sign in through your Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple login. And basically it saves you, the user, the hassle of creating multiple accounts. And it also saves the business the hassle of verifying your identity or the identity of like this disaggregated base of users. And we found that close to 80% of Indian MSMEs or the MSMEs we surveyed use this platform. Now, usually, or use this service. Now, usually these services are offered as bundles. So, there might be a combination of Google Analytics, Google Cloud, and let's say single sign-on. And what this regulation would effectively do is unbundle that. And unbundling, of course, raises the prices of services, making them inaccessible. And again, we had about 61% indicate that if this happened, if this service became inaccessible, they would be negatively impacted. And so the question is that what is the purpose of a law that will serve to adversely impact a majority of stakeholders in an ecosystem and only serve a minority? And part of the driver of this can be understood or gleaned from the way the consultations were held, right? Where basically hardly any industry associations that represent MSMEs were called for these consultations. Essentially, what you had was two sides of a market. You had, two sides of a dispute rather. Most of the service providers were were on either side of a dispute that was in front of the CCI, or you had people like us who were called and then our views subsequently misrepresented.
So very clearly, there's a need for a broader consultation, and we hope they'll participate in this one.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious about, sorry, I lost my trail of thought. I'll come back to you. I'll just go to Vishy now. Uh, Vishy, just what's your take on anti-steering practices? Like, one way of enforcing bundling and tying is that sort of there are warnings given by platforms about installing additional apps, and is this not an anti-competitive practice? There are players there's an entire ecosystem of players that have had to build their entire consumer base, especially in gaming, by having to run ads. And then the same platform that would run those ads also introduce a restriction saying that you can't do click to install ads anymore on apps that are on the Play Store. And so there is almost like a regular prevention of installation of those apps or warnings related to the installation of apps. So don't they have a legitimate grouse that they're not being allowed to use certain services? Let's say they're not allowed to list on the Play Store. Now they are, but they weren't allowed to list on the Play Store. And at that point in time, they were also not allowed to do click to install ads. And even apps that were running the clicks to install apps were not allowed to use third-party providers to do click to install. And then when the APK was downloaded, they would give warnings. This is something I've heard directly from players involved in that situation, right? So isn't that a legitimate grouse?
Again, I'm sorry to belabor on the same point again, right? I mean, but the idea is that would you not want to be warned if I have not certified this content being authentic or whatever? I mean, I think that's my other side of the story that I'm coming from, right? I mean, if you were to look at a user who is probably not necessarily technologically very, very suave. I mean, the whole idea of digital markets is that people are not necessarily technologically very efficient to be able to participate in this digital market. So therefore, to me, the question again would be that if at all there is a warning, or if at all I have not certified something, should I not be warning you because you're coming and downloading that thing from my particular platform or a service that I'm providing? I think to me, that's the only issue. Again, I'm not questioning, I'm not saying that this is right or wrong. All I'm saying is we have reasonable proof that these are the things that are being done for one reason or the other, or is it a mixture somewhere in between? So that investigation, I'm pretty sure, should be done. I think that's where I'm coming.
Okay. Can I just open up to questions?
By the way, before I end, let me make one more point if you're okay with it. In the survey that we did, one of the things that we found is that there is multi-homing across the spectrum. In the interest of everybody, multi-homing is a phenomenon where you generally go to multiple platforms to do your transactions. So, for instance, for logistics, there's one that was coming out in the survey of the 1,500 firms that we did. The platform's name is MX Takatak. Till I actually ran the survey and looked at the results of this survey, I've never even heard about this platform. So therefore, again, to me, to say that we are restricting ourselves to 5, 6, 7 platforms, 4 platforms, 3 platforms, I don't know. I think it requires a broader investigation. EU is not India, India is not EU, and I'm sure we all understand. I'll stop here.
Okay. Questions, comments, anyone? Okay, Meghna wanted to say something first.
Yeah, just one thing on anti-steering. My question is that, say there's a blanket ban on anti-steering, as there is pretty clearly under this law. Who is going to undertake the liability? Let's say that Google cannot warn me when I download an APK. Or let's talk about e-commerce, that basically someone tells me as a consumer, hey, there will be a 10% discount for you if you complete the transaction on my website, because we can bypass the platform's transaction fees. So obviously I get lured off the website. There's no warning, no restriction, no nothing, and I get defrauded. Who takes on that liability? Who takes on that liability, and what does that do to the IT rules? Which, I mean, how does that intersect with the IT rules, which require platforms to maintain security. So, I mean, that is also a consideration in anti-steering, that if there is a blanket ban, are the members of the CDCL or the MCA going to be guaranteeing transaction security, or going to be deciding who the liability falls on if a transaction goes wrong or if someone is defrauded? And that is what will happen essentially. You're basically creating a goldmine for fraudsters all over the country. And if you're saying then that the CCI will say, no, but there can be certain exceptions here, then your provision is a dead letter essentially, right? So what is the point of the provision? So I just want to add that.
So just before we open up, I was just wondering if any of you have comments on practices like lack of algorithmic neutrality, self-preferencing, in terms, and then exclusive deals, private labels. All of these are practices which rely on understanding data uh, about players on a marketplace and then replicating those products. And we've seen this happen both in apps, and as well as in products.
So research on data, or the advantage of data is that data can give you correlation, can't give you causation. So it's not a guarantee that, oh, I see this is selling well, maybe I'll come out with my own thing, that it's going to be a success. And if you talk about enhancing competition, what is wrong with these companies entering different markets to compete? They are only enhancing the competitive standard there, right? Because they're good at what they do at the end of the day. I understand the converse to that is that they have an advantage, but they don't necessarily have an advantage, right? There's multiple examples. Zoom would not exist if that were true. Most people, I mean, I'd like, just as a dipstick survey, how many people over here use Zoom or have used Zoom?
I mean, let's assume everyone, but
Yeah,
what's your
okay.
point?
We
So,
are
I mean,
using it
my
right
point
now.
is that sorry?
He's
What?
using it
We're
right now.
using it right now.
So
My point is that Google Meets exist, Microsoft Teams exists. How is it possible for Zoom to exist, even given that these other businesses exist? If what is being argued is true, that basically these markets, once there is a certain amount of data accumulation, it tips, and there is no scope for competition. I mean, the absurdness of the data related theories of harm that are coming out of the EU even go as far as saying it's not only
I'll
the direct
give you
market, adjacent market.
Two examples,
Yeah.
just to illustrate a point. When I think maybe about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, when uh, Google's NBU unit, Next Billion Users unit, launched a bunch of really cool apps for managing folders, transferring data, etc. I remember looking at it saying, hey, these are basically clones of all the popular Chinese apps that we used to doing the same things, right? You look at Amazon's products under Solimo, they are pretty much copies of popular apps. There was a story yesterday, and this happens in offline, I agree, right? There was a story about Trader Joe's yesterday, in fact, yesterday or day before, where there was an Indian, like there were a bunch of D2C products that Trader Joe's talked to about putting them on the shelves, and then ended up basically understanding the model, the pricing, the ingredients. And this was for an achar, basically, and it starts with that story. That's why I remember it. And they just copied the entire thing and put it on their shelves. And significantly high percentage of Trader Joe's revenue comes from private labels, right? So I'm just saying that both offline marketplaces and online marketplaces have a disproportionate amount of access to data about products, about what is selling. Remember that when Jungli.com was launched as a precursor to Amazon India, they basically allowed all Indian e-commerce companies, and there were several of them at that time, to list their products. I remember Flipkart deciding not to join that because it gave Amazon a significant amount of product and pricing data in one shot. 3 months later, 3 or 4 months later, Amazon Indot launched with many of those products, right? So there is usage of data for comparative activity, for sure. There is reported evidence of this. Why shouldn't uh, things like private labels be restricted when marketplaces are basically playing in their own marketplace?
I mean, to me, it is a transparency problem more than a more than fundamental anti-competitive practice. How can you say that it's anti-competitive if I'm adding competition to a market? And particularly to your example, why is it then that Big Bazaar, and I remember even Food Hall did this, or any major supermarket chain is not then brought under this law? If you go, I mean, choice architectures exist everywhere, right? It's not only online. And online, there's much greater scope for transparency than offline. So if you go to any of these stores at your eye level, they will put their products or their affiliates products. Similarly, if you go near the checkout counter, those products are basically paid to be there. And that's not only in like big supermarket chains, it's across the board in offline commerce. So my point is that it's okay over there. Why is it not okay over here? And over here, on most of these websites, it very clearly says that something is sponsored. So if you're trying to solve, what you're basically trying to solve for is a transparency problem. That is very easily resolved for in labels. And I'll give you an example because we've done a survey of 2,000 consumers to understand how they perceive some of these practices. In terms of self-preferencing, I think close to 70% of them have said that they don't care if there is self-preferencing as long as what they are getting is available to them. And also, it helps them to have multiple products of different prices across different platforms available to them. And finally, of course, they appreciate the fact that there is some amount of transparency that this is a sponsored product or this is a product that belongs to the platform, that there's an indication there. So it is a transparency problem at the end of the day.
Okay. There's a question here, and please, hands up. I was hoping Snehal would come in. Any founders in the room apart from Snehal? Okay. Snehal, we're going to turn to you quite a bit today. Wait. First, there's a question there. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Meghna, my question is for you. How do you see data portability and interoperability work if it's not regulated ex ante? And secondly, what do you think about data as being the core ingredient for generative AI and other AI tools? Isn't it the case that there's companies that already have access to huge amounts of data that other players who are trying to enter the industry might not have access to? That's my question. Thanks.
Two separate questions. I'll take the AI one first because I've been thinking about this a lot, though it's not directly related to what we're discussing. The market is at a really nascent stage in AI. There's a lot of research that is coming out. Basically, there's this thing of prompt brittleness where it is not desirable to have a large model because not only do they create problems in terms of retrieval or quality of service issues, but also, and basically that they are inefficient at doing multiple tasks. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. The other, but also the fact that they create a lot of ethical issues as well, right? Bias and fairness and things like that there's a much greater likelihood of that seeping into a model that has first been trained through unsupervised learning and has then been kind of refined downstream. And then those issues also crop up downstream as well, where let's say you're using a pre-trained model, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think that data is of course, data is important, but I don't think it's the be all and end all that we constantly try to drive home that it is in the context of AI. And sorry, what was your first question? Interoperability and portability. So interoperability is not in this law, thank God. And portability, so if you're talking are you talking about a business user data portability or end user portability? And so end user portability, I think there's a reason why our data protection law did not introduce that provision, right? And also, if you consider it from an IP standpoint, this law talks about both end user and business user portability. I think it's problematic, probably specifically from an IP standpoint, because what it does is it creates a property right in raw data. And that not only conflicts with our copyright law, which says that there has to be a modicum of creativity for you to have rights over data or a database rather. But also conflicts with TRIPS, which says that there can be no property right over raw data. So that is where I stand on that issue.
Also, data portability has a whole set of issues in terms of database structures. And the other issue that has not been resolved and our data protection bill has avoided addressing it is that all data is essentially co-created. So therefore, how do you address ownership of data? That's why they've taken it as a fiduciary responsibility rather than an ownership issue, because they don't want to touch that issue of who owns the data. You create the data in your interaction with the service, right? That way. Snail.
Yeah. So hi. So first the Zoom thing, right? When pandemic started, Zoom was the best product out there. That is why everybody started using it. Google Meet actually sucked at that point of time. Then they copied the whole UI UX. And because they had Gmail and we use calendars in Gmail to set up every meeting, and there automatically a Gmeet link will go. That is how they were able to snatch the market away from Zoom, right? If you remember before Gmeet, Google Duo failed. There were one or two more video apps that they tried 3-4 years before that. All of them failed. Right?
I wouldn't quite go there because honestly, within MediaNama, we've been using Gmeet and whatever iterations for years.
Data,
So
but data
different
is
people,
there
different
to
courses.
see that Zoom lost market share when they introduced that feature that when you are creating a Google Calendar invite, a Gmeet link would be there automatically. If you have to add a Zoom link, you will have to first cross the Gmeet link, copy the Zoom link, and then paste the Zoom link.
Fair enough.
Right?
Your
So-
question or your
So that was my comment on
Huh.
the why
Zoom.
Zoom was able to get a market share, but the real fact is that they lost the market share after Google introduced Gmeet in their current form.
I'll just give one clarification. I use Gmail and I use Zoom. I absolutely use Zoom even to chat with Google, in fact. So therefore, the ability to integrate Zoom with Gmail is one of the easiest that I've actually seen. So therefore, I would disregard, I would actually,
No, with
I-
calendar, when you are writing a calendar invite, that because
It's-
most
so-
of the meetings that we do, we have a calendar invite for that.
Yes, in the calendar invite, the ability to generate a Zoom link in a Google Calendar is one of the easiest that I've actually seen.
So I think this is a debatable. I think that's
Yeah, exactly.
separately. But Snail, your next point.
Next point was on the anti-steering thing, right? That who does the responsibility falls on,
Please.
right? So even when a fraud is happening on a Play Store app, Google is not taking that responsibility, right? When Jamtara scam happened, they happen because of Google. Because
The
people
vast amount
search,
of Chinese lending apps.
all of
and
them are there, and when government is the one who have to force them to remove those apps,
to be
Google is not taking the responsibility there also.
well, to be honest, I don't think we've seen much from the government because there is no list of lending apps yet available.
But a lot of times we have seen in last 3 years that government sent a list of 50 apps, 40 apps, 30 apps to remove from the Play Store for some reason or the other, right?
Correct.
Top grossing app, if we see go to Google Play Store last 4-5 years, it's a bit of a shady app called Chamet. No Indian payment gateway would even give them a payment gateway, but because Google gives, and they are the top grossing app and mostly used by tier 2, tier 3, not that digital savvy folks. They're kind of like what on VAS used to happen, talk to the girl and everything, right? So there is no responsibility being taken even there, right? If I am downloading Flipkart from Google Play and I am receiving a bar of soap instead of iPhone, I never go to Google Play and say ki, hey, Flipkart pe sabun aa gaya, right? I will always go to the platform. So the responsibility will lie, because if I am going on dream11.com and downloading APK, and dream11.com is HTTPS, SSL secured, and a legit company with a GST number and everything, the liability lies, if any, with them, with the
To that extent,
website.
there were Chinese apps that had that same construct, HTTP,
Yes.
whatever, legit Indian company with a GST.
Exactly.
Sabko sa.
So what I'm
So-
saying is, doesn't matter if it is on Google or not, it is going to remain the same. And we have since ages been downloading exe files to run on any software we would use. We would download a exe file from the software developer's website and run it on the Windows platform.
Download.com Zindabad.
Because again,
Correct.
download.com was a trusted platform, right?
Correct.
So we
But in
Exactly.
that sense, there is so look, no one is expecting a platform to do just to play devil's advocate here. No platform does 100% perfect, like clean apps, etc. They're not able to predict which app gets it
Exactly.
right and which
Then
doesn't.
why to
Even
say,
Apple had to remove apps as well. So this
course.
happens on all platforms.
Of course.
You can't expect perfection,
Yes.
but you can expect a certain level of sort of what's the word for it?
I just have to.
Certain amount of due diligence, certain amount of non-spurious apps.
Yeah.
There you can't rule by exceptions.
Exactly.
That's
But
my counterpoint to you. What do you say?
I agree. So but you know, if you look at the brand, for example, Lemon is a big brand, right? I'm going to their website and the message that comes on the anti-steering that downloading APK files, these type of APK files can be harmful for your devices.
Srini's already said in that context that it's that they have to give a security warning. Now you can say that it's so you can say you can raise the issue, but why were they not allowing those apps on the Play Store? By that time, I think there were only 2 countries where Google allowed real money gaming apps in the world. India was not one of them because they weren't necessarily legal, but not even illegal here.
But I'm not even talking about
The
real money
moment
gaming.
it
Even
came
today,
under
if
the
I
reg-
want to create,
Huh.
I don't want to be
No,
on
no,
Play
I'm saying
Store.
because
I want people go to my website, like in the, you know, just 5-7 years ago, everybody would go to trulymadly.com or shadi.com
so,
to download, to use the product on the website, right?
correct.
We created an app as an asset. We want them to download it from our own website, like Microsoft would allow you to download Internet Explorer, or Google would allow, you know, we would download Google Chrome, everything, right? And if Microsoft had this warning, when, you know, you first thing you would do on Internet Explorer was to download Chrome.
No. Microsoft
Right.
still gives a warning when you are downloading an app, exe file from outside, by the way.
No, but
It still gives a warning
they give
today.
you so they don't increase the friction. They give you a warning in the site that you don't have to
No.
first come up with, you have to first go and
No.
allow that, am I allowed to download
Apple
apps from the...
both Apple, both Mac and Windows do this today.
No, but for on Android, you have to first go to your settings, click on allow downloading apps from the Chrome. Then again, you go to the Chrome. Then you click on the APK download. Then you see again a warning, and then you are able to download. Who has this kind of attention?
So they
span
have
in today's time?
they have one additional layer of friction.
2 additional layer.
No.
One is
Okay.
to first, one time you have to go and enable that via Chrome, you can download APK files. And then second is every time you are downloading an APK file,
Correct.
there is
So
a warning.
that's one additional, because those two exist in other platforms also.
My counter question is, do you not get anything from having access to Play Store as an app?
Not really. In fact, we
You don't
actually
get
a lot
access
of
to- you don't get
actually a
access
lot
to
of our
consumer-
developer community now regrets that, because we developers are the one who created Play Store. In 2011, 2012, Play Store didn't exist. There were no apps. If we had not created, today we a lot globally, this is the sentiment. If we had not gotten, you know, fooled into creating apps and putting on app stores and Play stores wouldn't have existed, and today they would not have been breathing down on our neck, wanting 30% of our revenue and killing the
But
company essentially.
Wasn't there an incentive to create that because you had access to a captive user base? that
No, there was
Google
no
had?
captive user, because we were the one who were running the ad campaigns and sending the traffic to that Play
So,
Store listing.
I think
The contrary,
that-
the counterfactual to what you are saying is that in China, there is this situation that exists where basically you have a disaggregated app ecosystem, and that has been worked to the detriment of application service providers over there because it is such a fragmented market. So I understand that from a competitor standpoint that it makes sense for you, but I would like to have, I would invite you, and I would invite at least 1,000 or more developers to have a conversation with whether you get any, whether there is any advantage for you to go through a centralized ecosystem, which is giving you access to users, 95% of the mobile market.
It is not giving us access to the users. It is
How is
not
it
giving us
giving you
any
access
users.
to
For
the
example,
user?
if I today create
If
an
I
app
use
and
an
leave it on
Android
the Play
phone,
Store.
how am I not a potential user for you if I'm
No, let me
using
tell
the
you.
App Store?
Snail. So let's move on to the next question. Now, this is a
long
because this is going to go on,
Yeah.
and I don't disagree with the need to have this conversation.
Yeah.
By the way, but anyone else? Okay, sorry, there are a couple of people waiting there. I'll come back to you, sir. First, I think Debu had his hand up first.
Yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
you have the mic, so go ahead.
I'm not sure. Yeah, thanks. Debashish from Broadband India Forum. My question is to Meghna. Meghna, you talked about the role of TRAI and broadcasting sector. I would like to ask you how does this digital competition law play out in the telecom sector, where we have two major dominant players and we have two.
I'm going to move on to the next question because we've already discussed this.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Please.
You spoke about private labels.
Mic up, please.
You spoke about private labels and the platforms collecting data, and they sooner than later would jump into the coming out with their own labels and their own brands and FMCG consumer and all that. So this bill, who is it trying to protect or help? The government or the larger so-called four players, or the smaller players, or the innovators who are trying to the Zeptos and the big baskets and the 10-minute delivery? Who is this bill trying to help? I mean, who is this bill meant for? I mean, I'm confused here. I'm not from the law fraternity. I'm from the B2C space, so to speak. So who is this bill trying to protect? What is this deliberation about? I'm totally confused now.
An extremely important question, I think, because let's go back to this fundamental question. What are we trying to achieve with this digital competition bill? I mean, in your elaborate notes, you mentioned about what are the problems in various segments of digital economy. The overall purpose of this bill, sir, is to remove, or if not ought to be removing entry barriers. Instead of protecting competitors, it has to generate competition. Because restoring competition is a different objective, generating competition is a different objective. This bill has to generate competition by removing entry barriers. That is the core purpose. The core purpose is not to protect competitors, right? So therefore, I think this bill is trying to operate at a very small scale and make surgical strikes where competitive restraints exist, and therefore unleash competitive energy. Do you want to add anything?
It's only trying to protect competitors. It doesn't seem to really do anything for either consumers or the majority of business users that are dependent on these platforms. That's what our finding is. Protecting competitors of these platforms or trying to help competitors of these platforms without really a guarantee of them supplanting them or anything like that, because markets don't work like that. We've seen it with the exit of TikTok. TikTok left the market and there were thousands of TikTok imitators that came to the fore, and not one of them has enjoyed any success, because obviously TikTok had some kind of special sauce that they haven't been able to replicate. So I don't think that, and I think that is something that has to be considered here.
Meghna, just to counter that, there were two players that entered the market with a similar product within 3 months, YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels, right? So one can argue, in fact, that there was TikTok being moved out left a gap from competition, but it was the two players with the most amount of market power that won that battle.
I don't know if it's hard to argue that because there's no counterfactual, right? Whether they won that battle or...
We know the others have failed.
Yeah,
so therefore, effectively, there are two left.
Yeah, there are two left, but they were always there anyway. So...
No, the two products, Reels and...
I understand what you're saying, but it's as a subset of the social media platform.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a fair kind of argument to make that they won. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. We're running a little late, by the way.
If we restrict the usage of data that's being created across the platforms, and just for a small example, if we restrict the data and if we're not able to come out with private labels, then isn't the consumer being hampered? I mean, are we not halting innovation? Are we not halting the newer brands to come out?
No, private labels are basically but private labels are basically run by the platforms, and they're usually clones of other products already in the marketplace.
Isn't that innovation?
That's not innovation, that's copying.
Like you said, Solimo is selling copied products. That's a bold thing to say on a podium right now.
You should have said that on mic. Someone here
Hi.
had a, yeah.
Just a couple of points. One very quickly in response to the question about.
Sachin, mic up, please.
One in response to the question about data portability and interoperability. I think actually even in the contracts or terms of service that most of us agree to when we sign up for most of these large platform services.
You read those things?
So I'm a lawyer, so the platforms actually agree that the data is ours, and they just take a license for it, a very large license for it. And even in the ex-ante regime, I would argue in support of your point, sir, that that constitutes an unfair imposition of an unfair term. That's one of the abuse of dominance provisions, which is there in the Competition Act right now, imposition of unfair terms. And I think it could be argued either under competition law or consumer protection law or even contract law, in terms of being void against public policy, that such a one-sided bargaining term that's being imposed in a standard form contract does constitute a violation of either the competition law, consumer protection law, or contract law. That was one. The other is just a very simple, basic question, not here as a founder or representative of B2C, but maybe speaking in my capacity as a citizen, that isn't that an important constituency also? One of the gentlemen on the podium said that the main goal is to serve X. Others have talked about other goals, about increasing competition, competitors. But what about the interests of the citizens when it comes to them wanting to see? I'm not talking about ex ante or ex post necessarily, but just in terms of wanting to see more stakeholders' voices being represented. So we've talked about consumers, for example. Consumers are a very important stakeholder. But what about employees? When you have market dominance by a few players, aren't there other stakeholders in the ecosystem who are negatively affected, whose interests need to be taken into account, going beyond traditional, conventional, and important, I acknowledge, factors such as market failure
Sachin, you
and
have to
consumer
wrap up,
welfare?
I'm sorry. Okay. Is it, you had a point, there's a mic that'll go, just quickly, let's go there. Let's take a few questions because we have to wrap up.
Quickly, Will, this is about definition section. Will Bajaj Finance be considered SSDE? It's not a platform. It has all the other features of 3 clause 3.
I'd
And-
like the TRAI to update the spam guidelines first, though. Sorry.
The connected point is then the possible clash of regulators, RBI, CCI.
And TRAI. Sorry. Fair question. Prasanta, Deepak, quickly. Anyone there?
Yeah, just to add on to that question, this question of who is an SSD, and when I've been speaking to quite a few of the tech firms, the Google and all are clear, they are targets. The qualitative ones are of concern because they're fairly wide range, sweeping, and kind of vague. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
On qualitative aspect, okay. And then we'll go to Ibad last time.
4 points. One,
4
the
points.
report says mostly about large operators, large platforms. What about small platforms? They also have some.
Sorry,
challenges. Sorry.
there's so many points, we'll forget questions.
Sorry.
Can we just quickly answer and come back to you?
Okay.
Because you have 4. Okay.
Just my
Quick-
response.
Quick
to-
answers, please.
Sorry.
And Rishi, if you want to jump in.
Quick response. Is it just for user generated content? Because I understand why you would need to license that, given that there's a modicum of creativity there. And therefore, if I create something like write a tweet or put up a post or whatever, technically I have IP over that. Though and not necessarily, because sometimes I might be posting content that belongs to other people, which is a problem which is resolved through intermediary liability, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's quite simplistic to say that it's our content and therefore it's one-sided and we don't have bargaining power. We are also leveraging that platform at the end of the day, right? It's not like there's nothing that you are getting from that platform when you are posting on it. So I think that it is kind of simplistic to say that, it is a one-sided thing, and it is actually, there is an admission that it is our data, because I agree in the context of user-generated data, but there are multiple exceptions and nuances there. But in the context of platforms, like let's say an e-commerce platform where I am buying something and I'm generating data through my activity and the platform is drawing an analysis of it and putting it into a database, that is the platform's data. It's not my data. They have created again, expended a modicum of creativity, invested and drawn certain analytics and analysis and insights from my activity. So that's not my data.
Any comments on multiplicity of regulators?
Oh yeah, the multiplicity
Oh,
of
yeah.
regulators. I mean,
This is your favorite topic, right?
Multiplicity of regulators. Well, what it seems to be, this law is just they've created an RBI for the digital space, where basically there's like an powerful regulator that decides what you do, how you do, when you do, etc., etc. And I think there will be multiple clashes. There are multiple clashes between laws already. I've pointed out some of the IP contradictions. You've basically created a new data protection authority, because Section 12(2) is essentially a privacy right, not only in consumers, but also in business users, which is tenuous both from a constitutional standpoint as well as from the DPDPA standpoint that only recognizes data principals as individuals. And also the fact that this law only recognizes consent as a legal basis. It's the only legal basis for certain types of data usage, whereas the DPDPA has there are multiple forms, legal basis for processing that it recognizes. So there are multiple clashes. I think there will be multiple clashes that have not been resolved adequately in this law.
Coming quickly, if you
Venki.
Multiple regulators is a question that I get asked a lot whenever I talk about competition law. So therefore, it's a very interesting question. It leads to policy uncertainty, and we know what happens to businesses when you have significant policy uncertainty. It leads to suicidal competition in every sense of the word. So therefore, I'm a little worried about this. I also agree with the other gentleman who was pointing out the fact that there are so many stakeholders. I think the argument has been precisely this, that there are so many stakeholders and their views have to be considered and agglomerated. So therefore, the consultation period is probably a tad too less at this stage. I think that's the point that I would definitely endorse and agree with.
Deepak, your 4 points or questions.
So one is, the report mostly says about large platforms, large companies doing certain activities which are not kosher, but it doesn't sort of mention anything about small companies also doing.
They have a qualitative assessment criteria, so that gets addressed.
That's right, but I'm talking of the basis on which this whole report has come. Second is, in terms of, I mean, just because there's a merit apparently as per the committee to have some specific law for digital competition, then somebody might say, okay, why not have similar type of law for hospitals or for education or event, etc. Third is, I mean, you did mention about YouTube Shorts and Insta Reels. Yes, that's a fact, but that's not only because of TikTok's ouster from India, because these two are global phenomena in that sense. And lastly, what Snehal was mentioning, so fine, I mean, if you don't like as a developer some particular platform, why not just opt out, delist yourself? Thank you.
No, but he made the point, Deepak. If you delist yourself, and there are companies which have been that not been listed, and they've built like a Dream11's built a $100 million base plus user base, despite not being allowed to list, incurred a huge cost. So there is a discovery cost which they've had to pay, but also they were not allowed to do click to install ads. So if I run an app from the Play Store and I have a click to install, I can't run a click to install ad on that. Policies were changed about 5 years ago in 2020, I think, to that effect. So I can't do click to install because operating system and the app ecosystem are dependent on the same company. So that is the bundling problem. I think that Snehal was talking about.
Nikhil,
Right?
I think,
Sorry, Ibad.
just a small interjection here. I mean, what he's saying that you have created a digital competition bill, which is not aligned with the competition heat map. Where the shoe pinches, I mean, you are hitting too broadly, and you are running a risk of creating a regulatory uncertainty, which will unsettle a large part of or an evolving part of the economy. I mean, here is a Japan example where they are hitting very narrowly, right? So therefore, do we as a country need to unsettle a large part of digital economy or act in a narrow manner is an important design question when we're discussing this bill.
It's as if they've taken the concerns around the Play Store and then created a bill that covers everything on the basis of that, is what it looks like from the outside to me.
One small point.
Yeah, we see.
So when people talk about small platforms, when people talk about nascent platforms, I kind of say, then what are we talking about as far as dominance of the big are concerned? It seems that entry is happening. So therefore, that's the limited point that I.
So I couldn't hear you clearly, Vishy. Could you
Okay.
repeat
So
that,
when
please?
somebody talks about nascent platforms and small platforms, and I think the survey that we did, and we're trying to publish it as well, is showing that there is a fair bit of nascency in the platform market as well as smallness in the platform market. That essentially tells us that some of these ideas that entry is not possible, etc., the verdict is still not out there. It seems that there are attempts being made, and some of them may well be successful. We will see about it.
Fair enough.
So,
Ibad?
Nikhil, very quickly, and this is related to what you just said. I think, again, views are personal. We can all agree to disagree on whether we need this law or not. But assume, I think the next step we need to go to is to look at the schedule and what's the basis of this schedule and whether it is closely related to the Indian ask. So while during this conversation, we discuss issues such as delisting of apps, such as click to install ads being an issue that, someone just made a press release that they wanted to come up with an app store and then it was spooked and they got spooked that what will happen to us now. So I think there are specific areas which need more work and which are more pressing. And perhaps the list in, let's suppose the next iteration of this bill could be very well curated to the Indian ask. Because again, another very shocking thing which everyone will see is that every core digital service which is listed in Schedule 1 is subject to their entry in the App Store. So if app stores were to say that, hey, you are not allowed an entry, they would not exist in the market. So, perhaps there are areas which.
Could you just repeat that again? I didn't understand that.
So, Nikhil, if you see the list.
So,
yeah. So the list goes online search engines, social networking, video sharing platform, interpersonal communication service. Let's leave operating system for a bit, web browsers, cloud services. And so all of these services, they are subject to App Store rules and how, their entry is dependent upon how the App Store rules play out and how the competition is in the market of distribution of apps. So if there is some sort of constraint over there, these apps, these other services would not exist even.
So you're saying that the core digital services will get delisted if this law comes into force?
No, Nikhil, not at all. What I'm saying is you make a list of 12 services. One is app stores and all 11 are subject to rules made by those app stores and the competition in that in app stores. So I think clearly there is a place of, there are priorities and there are concerns. So perhaps the next iteration of the law could draft the list of core digital services well, which would also take into consideration, the concerns which startups have or concerns which edge cases have, like whether Bajaj Finance would be here or not. Then perhaps build it up as a model and then extend if required. And if there is a stakeholder ask, if the existing competition law, because we should also not forget that Competition Act 2002 is not being set aside. Right, that act would continue to remain, and that act applies equally in all principles. Whatever rules are being made here also apply there. It's just that here the remedies will come first, as opposed to Competition Act 2002, where the remedies come after an investigation.
Understood. So what you're saying is that these services which are not App Store could be treated differently from App Stores.
They should be, in the sense that, in terms of, so if
I'm not understanding a specific ask.
No, so Nikhil, the specific ask is like very objectively draft Schedule 1 very carefully. You're already capacity constrained. That is what I heard at another conference where everybody unanimously agreed.
You'll probably hear it in the last session here today.
Yes, you're already capacity constrained. So why are you again, just filling up your platter when there is already.
We'll get to that about. Thanks. Thank you all. So that's really sharp session, and we're going to take a 15-minute break for tea. We're running about 15-20 minutes late. We have two sessions to follow. One is going to be on data and competition, and the last one is going to be about enforcement issues and enforcement abilities. We will finish by about 5:30, 5:45 is the plan. So please be back in 15 minutes. Please grab a quick cup of tea and we'll see you back. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thanks,
Nikhil, for
Meghna,
having
thanks,
me.
Vishy. Thanks, Navneet, for a great session. What?
We'll just get started. Manjushri, Diksha, could you join us? You want a copy? These are the same thing. Hi, so we'll just get started. Diksha, could you join us, please?
Hello, hi, nice meeting you. No, autopilot. Autopilot.
So while everyone else comes into the room, I'll just quickly start the session. So this session focuses on the role of data in competition. And although a lot of questions were discussed around competition in the last session, we'll see a different side to those questions here. And there's a lot for our speakers to address. So just quickly, I'm introducing our speakers. There's Manjushri. She's a senior resident fellow at Witty Center. There's Diksha, counsel at Chandi Chowk and Mahajan. There's Snehal Khanor, the founder and CEO of Truly Madly. And yeah, let's just jump into it. So I'll just jump into the most important question of this session, which is how can the control of essential inputs like data and algorithms by dominant platforms limit competition? And the question is for you, Snehal.
Yeah, so when am I audible? Yeah. So when as a large platform, you have a lot of data, right? And it is coming from all the users. For example, let's take an example of a e-commerce marketplace, which may be selling some audio devices, which are booming and going very good. But when the platform is able to see that data and recognize ki, okay, can I create a cheaper 20% cheaper alternate and same looking and place them 2 links above the competition, of course they will get much better sales, right? So when a marketplace is also a player in their own field, so there can never be a level playing field, right? So that is the biggest problem with what happens with usage of data, and when you create and essentially kill competition which probably was even there before you.
Diksha, if you could come in here and talk to us about this from a more legal perspective and also bring in what the data sharing rules are under the current competition regime, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, happy to do that. I think
At a very basic foundational level, when we talk about usage of data by any company, it would be good to contextualize what do we mean by data. We're basically talking about a resource that that company has available. And how that resource has been obtained is one part of it. You would, of course, be complying with all applicable laws to get that resource. And now you're using that resource. Competition law generally sets out the set of immutable rules that you can't really break when you're conducting your business. But a pure play conflict of interest or the fact that, you know, I'm present in one market, can I enter into another market? That is not something that competition law would stop. So for instance, private labels in the context of e-markets is not something that competition law would prohibit. What competition law would prohibit is misuse of some element that you get because of your position as a marketplace to then further your ability to contest or compete in the second or the related market. So it's a very fact-based assessment of how data is being used by one enterprise to enter into from one market to the other market. And I think that context is extremely critical at all points of time, because otherwise what you're doing is you're basically restricting freedom of companies to innovate and enter from one market into the other market. So there can't be any per se rule. And even when you talk about the Digital Competition Act, which is the theme of discussion for today, it doesn't set that per se rule. It recognizes that I can't restrict people's freedom to be in a marketplace. So Snehal, if from Truly Madly decides to jump into a matrimony app, they wouldn't stop that. They're like, okay, you're making people date, now you want to get them married. Or maybe he opens up some kind of an app to allow booking of restaurant space, or, you know, feature within his app which allows him to do that. They wouldn't stop it. Even if Snehal were to be considered dominant, even if Trudy Madly were to be dominant, it would be how certain resources that you have garnered in market A are then being used by you to enter into market B. So that's the legal construct of it. And then you also asked, what are the rules around data sharing? Minus the DCA under competition law, really nothing. There's no mandate to share data. There are no, except for a principled position that you probably should not be leveraging data. There's no rule as such. So that part until the DCA came in was fairly empty. I think DCA is what is going to fill that space.
So there's nothing accounting for data-driven abuses in the current regime?
Not explicitly, but in every part of Section 4, a data-related abuse can be brought in. So there are theories of harm that if I, as a user, am not being provided sufficient information to give my consent, could that be seen as an unfair imposition on a user? Equally, if somebody needs data that I have collected as part to enter into a market, could there be a theory of harm that if they don't have that access, I'm denying market access to them? And these are all theories. It'll, of course, have to be seen factually and legally where we fall in it. Equally, there's a clear theory that if I get data in market A and then I misuse that data to enter into market B, there's a leveraging claim. So these are things that can be addressed within the construct of Section 4, but there's no explicit rule as such.
Right. So there's a lot been said about data. What I want to understand, Manjushri, from you is, given the broad scope of what constitutes non-public data under Section 12,
right,
how will the bill ensure clarity for enterprises on what data can be used and what cannot be used?
Okay, so full disclosure, I'm from Vithi Center for Legal Policy, and we were part of the deliberations with the CDCL. So I'm able to provide inputs in terms of what the thinking process behind. Is this better?
Yeah.
So I'm perhaps better suited to give you a little bit of context as to what the thinking process in the committee was, but I do fully agree that there is a lot of room for improvement, and I'm hoping that comes about through these sessions. So in terms of what the committee deliberated in terms of what is non-public data, there were very simple considerations on the table, in that if there is some data that a business user is sharing with an intermediary, say an Amazon, to avail the services of Amazon, but this data about that business user is not really out there in the public domain. So it is some sort of proprietary data. So I think the essence of what was what we wanted to capture by non-public data was the fact that it is proprietary data, data that is not otherwise available about that particular business users, freely elsewhere. But you are able to collect it simply because of the position that you put in that an Amazon simply has cataloged users by, what their sales are like, what is their best flying product off the shelf. So these are trends that have been aggregated simply because Amazon or a Flipkart for that matter has the position to do so. And this is data that is not otherwise available publicly. Whether non-public data is the right way to call it is a separate question altogether. And I think that's exactly where we need regulators and ministries to talk to each other a little more in terms of having interregulatory consultations. But I'm also very hopeful to see how that will come to be.
Snehal, if you could comment on this, this was discussed here in the last session. It was talked about how across the board data is being used both in the e-commerce space and also in the traditional markets for creating competing products, for creating your own labels. So like a DMart also sells its own products and it sells brand labeled products as well. So what is the difference between data being used by traditional markets and for?
So if you look at the genesis of why EU came up with Digital Markets Act, they recognized that today, in today's world, with data, monopolies can be created much faster than ever, right? And all the current laws, the competition laws were mostly, built around Rockefeller and those kind of, brick and mortar monopolies, which became big because of the, infrastructure that they had. For example, Rockefeller at one point of time owned most of the oil, right? And when we actually say data is the new oil, it is true, right? But today, if DMart have to, even they decide I have to create I want to go into my own private label of, again, let's take a audio device example. They will have to do a proper market research. They will have to talk to thousands and thousands of their customers to arrive at what is the right price point, what is the kind of quality at that price point that the user is looking, how the product should look. But today, an e-commerce platform, just by looking on their monthly sales, that what kind of product this particular model of this particular brand sells the best, let's create a similar looking product, undercut the price by 200 rupees and show it on top. So today, e-commerce platforms can do that much easily versus a DMart, right? So that is the importance of data here, and I believe that is the importance of this particular bill, why it is needed. And somebody was, I think, asking tomorrow if hospital specific also. No, it is not industry specific. It is that the fundamental advantage has changed and that has become data. So we have to create a new law which counters that advantage. That, in my belief, is the need of this bill.
Manjusha, you want to come in here?
I do agree that data is one of those resources, but I'm not sure that's the only thing that we have to look at when we're talking about that. I'm not sure that's the only thing that we have to look at when we're talking about competition in digital markets. I think there are a bunch of intertwined issues that sort of exponentially ping pong off each other, if I may put it that way. To me, something that's almost as important as data here is that because we're looking at digital services going the full stack model as opposed to, being individual services that are offered, you're somewhere looking at infrastructure regulation a little more than you were just looking at regulating a service. So there, the kind of mechanics involved, what we understand to be efficient also, because in fact, infrastructure markets are most efficient as they are natural monopolies and they work best as a monopoly. So where is the trade-off when we're trying to look at efficiency there vis-a-vis competition in a market? So I do agree that the broad characterization of data being one of those very important things that the bill or any digital competition law ought to address, but it would be rather simplistic if we limited our scrutiny to just data. It is a bunch of interlinked factors that is making the market what it is today.
If I can just very quickly come in. I think a couple of points that both Snehal and Manjushri made. From what Snehal said, there's something to think about on whether the law currently is actually just trying to stop creation of monopolies, which, linking to Manjushri's point, is probably not an ideal way to look at things. And that's, as a competition lawyer, it's a little disturbing because competition 101 typically is we're not here to stop you from becoming large. We don't want you to do wrong things when you're becoming large. But now becoming large seems to have been made into the wrong thing itself. So there's a very fundamental shift, which I think needs a little more discourse than we are currently giving it. The fact that EU has come up with something, I think, is hardly a good reason for it to be exported globally, which unfortunately is happening right now. The Brussels effect is strong, but we need to think if we want it to be that strong. There's some geopolitical considerations that might drive the Brussels effect. Do they need to drive an Indian view of the Brussels effect? I don't know. I think maybe not. But a larger question there is, and again, picking up from what Manjushri said, you can view these markets as ecosystems. I think they've evolved from just one product that you're using. These are very, very intricate, complex ecosystems. And in ecosystems, regulation can really have a very unintended consequence, because a regulator would need to understand every effect, every symbiotic relationship that ecosystem feeds on. Like, think of it as something, I, at least in my head, think of it as something very natural, like, how a forest should operate. And how different things would need to work well for that forest to continue operating. And if you start interfering at any one level without realizing how that impacts other things, that I think can be deeply problematic. So there is, according to me, there's a lot of need to think about the need for DCA. I don't think that discourse has been carried through fully. But on data itself, there is probably, we need to demystify it a little bit. I agree with Manjushri. It's not the all end all of everything. I mean, even picking up the point that Snehal made, if you really take that analogy, a DMart, which is sitting and running its store, has all the data that it needs to figure out which is the product that's flying off the shelves. That data is replicated by them probably electronically in today's world. Nobody's keeping ledgers of it, right? Handwritten ledgers. So they can probably take that call as quickly as a Flipkart can. And then there is this whole host of data which these platforms have probably made available publicly, which was never available publicly. Like, there's an increased amount of price transparency that comes in, which all of us utilize when we walk into stores. When I walk into Chroma, I do it. I check the price of the product on Amazon, and then I'm like, is it better here? Is it better there? I'm the perfect example why probably stores or the competition concern of free riding exists, because I'll experience a product, I'll see the price is cheaper, and I'll order it online, right? So that increased level of price transparency is something to be taken into account with respect to both end users, but also business users, because it is giving transparency to business users as well.
What you're essentially telling us is that there's a lot of consumer convenience that's coming from the sharing of this data.
I think not just consumer convenience, even for businesses. If today I want to launch a product in the market, a lot of my market study and research, and if it's a FMCG product or something, I think a large part of my research can actually be done if I follow the platforms that are making similar products available online, on the price points, on which are the products which are going off the shelf, what is the kind of review people are giving, what is the thing that people want in that product, how can I change the design of my product to make it better. So even for business users, visibly available information is essential. And that's not to say that information which is non-publicly available, or as we said, it's information which is critical or belongs commercially to a company, that can be misused by someone. That's not to say that. I think that is something which is already covered by competition laws as well. You're not allowed to do that. But what is the level of importance to give to data in these markets? we need to think about it. It's not just data. There are probably other factors, but what do those factors point towards? Not necessarily the DCA. I don't think that all of the factors read together, everything in the initial prelude of DCA, you take it to be true, take it on its word. I still don't think DCA addresses any of the problems that have been raised, but that's probably for the next session. So I won't jump the gun.
So you said something very interesting, which I wanted to bring to you, Snehal, which was there's a symbiotic ecosystem of data, which is going from one service to the other. So what happens to something like a single sign-on in an environment like this? Especially given the fact that in the previous session, it was discussed how MSMEs value something like a single sign-on.
Yeah, so single sign-on is a convenience, I agree. But if you look at it from a gatekeeper's perspective, if you are rubbing that gatekeeper wrongly, they will just disable your one account and you will lose access to hundreds and hundreds of your services because you just lost access to your Gmail. Right now, every other thing that you were using in connection with that Gmail, you have lost it. Which is as good as losing your digital identity. So those are the risks also that are there, right? And deplatformization is a big risk, which I think has to be, somehow catered into this also. That, for example, now in Europe, there is a law that Google can never delist an app, right? Whatever may be, they can never delist the app. They can keep asking for money, they can keep invoicing, try and invoice, but they are not allowed to delist anymore, right? So, and we keep hearing from a lot of MSMEs that their Facebook or Instagram page, which they were highly dependent on for their sales and business, for some reason or the other, gets delisted. And the platform is the judge and the jury and the executioner. If you have no connects, it is impossible to get your page back. Even if you have connects, it takes 6 months to 1 year to get it back, right? So we, with convenience, we also have to look at the uh, negative impacts that it can have in future, especially when you are tying all of your, for example, if I am running an SME business, I will create a SME business @gmail.com, and then I single sign on every application of mine, be it my CRM, be it my ERP, anything and everything, and I lose access to that email and everything is gone.
But what happens to these same platforms when Google introduces a price? Because now they're no longer, providing these connected services that they were previously providing.
Introduces a price as in?
As in, so this is from the previous session. It was talked about how unbundling would lead to raising of prices and make services inaccessible.
I don't agree with that it will make services inaccessible or even may increase the price just because see, if if you look at the example of bundling from uh, uh, a monopoly perspective, so again, let's take an example of a Android. It is a established fact that 97% quote and CCI ki finding again 97% monopoly hai, right? If Android monopoly was not there, there would never have been a Play Store monopoly. If Play Store monopoly was not, so they used their OS monopoly to create a monopoly of Play Store. And now with the monopoly of Play Store, they are now trying to create a monopoly of payment system, right? Where they can force you to give 30% of your revenue or we will deplatform you, right? So that we have to weigh that disadvantage is so big than any convenience of bundling that we are getting, right? And especially for a monopolistic platform who is known to abuse, its dominance across the world, not just in India. There is finding in Korea, there is finding in Europe, there is find US may there is a landmark antitrust going on against Google, right? So we already know it is not a if it will become a dominant player and abuse its monopoly. We already know it is happening. We 20 apps were delisted on 1st of March, right? And so we also have to look that aspect, and what it hampers, and even the right now competition section 4, one of the important factor is the stifling of innovation, right? In many ways. To me, yes, but I think mic is not working.
Hard press, Nikhil.
No.
But I think we can hear you. At least
Yeah.
we can hear you here.
Sorry, I don't. Yeah, now it's working.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, right? We can take these issues one by one, right? So one is of deplatforming, and the fact that there is a great degree of dependency. Now, if this was a consumer issue, then there are potential remedies available to consumers, like consumer court, which they can't necessarily take in over here. But for business consumers, for example, so is there a mechanism other than competition regulation that can solve some of these concerns? Like, for example, it's a very real thing, deplatforming. Like one fine day, our ads got shut down many years ago. And we didn't know why. We couldn't get it reinstated. We have no idea why it happened. No one's able to tell us, even though I know people, right? So I agree, it's a real problem. So is there a better mechanism than consumer protection, or a better mechanism than competition law to deal with consumer protection issues, number one? Second thing is that on the delisting aspect, I think that is a question of interpretation of the legal situation. So I don't necessarily want to use that as an example, because they felt that they were in compliance and that the apps were not in compliance with the new policies and they listed because of lack of compliance. That even if you were running a platform and that happens with some players on it, that you have certain rules and regulations and they don't comply with it, you also have the right to deplatform. So I think that's an issue which we shouldn't conflate with what we're discussing over here from a competition perspective.
So two things. So in your first question, so there can be ad hoc solution, which can be, when the problem is coming to you or to him, then we are going to a organization which is a judge, jury, and executioner, or we are following up with consumer courts and going to
consumer
courts.
courts for consumers. You give an appellate sort of mechanism.
But for a layman, for an MSME, they would think 100 times before going to any court, right? Let alone actually go and hire a lawyer and get the thing done, right? Versus something which comes out of a CCI order, it's in REM, it is available for everybody, right? That is a solution that is for the whole country.
No, but I'm saying there would be instances where there would be apps that need to be deplatformed.
Yes.
What do you then?
Coming to your
what do you do
second
then?
point, right? So if I am a monopoly, I have to, follow a certain guidelines, which again, I think in Competition Commission Act gives you, right? That section 4 is, I think, what you should all not do. And I'm sad I'm not carrying that. I used to have a printout of that paper, and for every line I had, okay, this line is being violating because this is happening. This line is being violated because this is happening, right? And I showed it in some conferences multiple times also. So if I am a monopoly, I have that responsibility also that, I am not abusing my monopoly. Versus if I am not a monopoly, the impact is not as big, right? Then there can be one-on-one court cases and things can be settled. But for a monopoly of say 97% or a duopoly of Amazon and Flipkart, right? It becomes very challenging for especially MSME and SMSM, small and micro and medium businesses
No, but then
to
it
do
also
anything.
can lead to abuse on the other side, right? Because there are some entities which need to be deplatformed, for example. So if there's a blanket restriction on deplatforming, or there can be instances that people will say, okay, we will not follow your rules and regulations. We will not, let's say, comply with whatever fees that you're asking us to pay, but you can't remove us.
So I think here comes
logically, that's
one is
also
the
not
law
fair,
of
no?
land. So
No.
one is the law of land, other is the policy, right? If I am violating any law of land, deplatform for sure, because then I am violating a law. For example, there was a very big debate going on few months ago or few years ago that while real money gaming is allowed by Indian law and Supreme Court has allowed, still Google policy was not allowing that.
No, but they
Right?
they had a rational reason for that, because there were certain states in the country where it wasn't allowed. And there were certain
Yeah,
states
they
where
can
it
very
was allowed.
easily.
No,
they-
so they can't, right? What they really don't know, when a user goes into a state, well, they can't stop the app from functioning once it's downloaded. So look, I think that's a different issue being conflated with this one. In real money gaming, the law was in conflict. That still hasn't been resolved. You need a centralized policy, a centralized law to resolve that. So I think we need to cut them some slack on that one.
Okay, got your point. But then now today they have now allowed, the law still remains the same.
No, because there is
Right, the law
no,
still remains the same.
no. In fact, it doesn't, because there's an IT rule. IT rules were amended last year to basically at a central level legitimize them. And even then, there are court cases that are happening in court, but central policy. So I think I don't think we should conflate.
So
those
in
situations.
courts, only those can go who have that. So if I am a new startup today creating a new company with very limited resources, I will never be able to go to court. Right? Even when we decided to, go to court in our Google issue, if 10, 20 of us were not together, I would have just, taken that punch and seen if we can survive or not. But because there were power in numbers, there were some big players involved, we were able to go there because we didn't even know the anything about the law or anything about what can be done. Right?
No, but
So
my question was different. My question was, you're saying they shouldn't have the power to deplatform anyone.
No, I am saying this should not be the judge, jury, and executioner all three rolled in one.
No, but then if there are people who are not, let's say, complying with the fees that they're required to pay, shouldn't they have the right to remove them?
But if the matter is still being heard in CCI and in Supreme Court, right?
That's a matter of interpretation. Okay, Diksha, if you want.
It's been, for full disclosure, this matter has occupied me personally quite significantly. So it's fairly personal, as personal it is for Snehal probably. But I think there are multiple issues here, and I think you're absolutely right. Probably this panel is not the best place for us to be discussing it. But the way to look at it in a little more, in a little more defined scape is that when I'm running a platform, I am required to comply with certain legal principles that have been set and the law of the land, as Snehal said. And if somebody is not complying with it, I'm obligated to take some action against that person. Second part of it is the commercial part. If I'm running a platform, I am not doing charity. This is true for any platform, right? It's true for Truly Madly, it is true for Amazon, it is true for Google, it is true for a small startup. Nobody's running charity, everybody is in there for business. So if there is a commercial arrangement or a contractual arrangement which is not being respected, again, unless there is a court decision, which was there for a while when the apps were protected and not delisted, and then that court protection expired, you will have full right and ability to take action. And then there's a third segment here, which is maintaining that ecosystem or that platform, self-preservation, and ensuring that by operation of network effects, you're not losing out on users. Because what is critical for these platforms is actually to be able to maintain that user base on both sides. And that again, for that to happen, you have to design something where people are not in a place where they're running off from the platform. Like if I'm running, Amazon is running a platform, they would have some interest in ensuring that there is proper supply being made. There's end-to-end delivery, because otherwise, if there's no end-to-end delivery, end users like me would not want to be on Amazon. They would want to ensure that the payment processing which is happening quite seamlessly. If there are refunds being done, those refunds are being processed quite quickly so that end users are not losing out on being on the platform. If in that situation, there is somebody on that platform who's inhibiting these things from happening, I probably have that commercial right to set rules that if you do these things on my platform, I'll not let you stay on the platform, because it becomes difficult for me to sustain the platform, to ensure continuity of the platform. So I think within platform rules, there are those probably 3 or 4 categories. In the third category, you have to give certain amount of leeway for the platform to be able to decide what are the kind of rules which they would want to put in place to ensure continuity of their business. And deplatforming, I completely agree with what was said. It's You can't have a blanket ban saying you can't remove anybody from your platform. That's not workable. Nobody here is in a position where they have a complete and absolute duty to deal with everybody who wants to deal with them. But probably reverting back to data, maybe.
Yeah, so Nikhil's line of questioning started with consumer protection. So I wanted to get back there. So this is for you, Manjushri. For aggregator platforms, will sharing consumer data with businesses harm the privacy of customers? If you remember, there was a case back in 2021 where Swiggy and Zomato were probed into. So if you could.
Sure. So I'm not sure if this strictly falls within the domain of competition very specifically, because if there is a privacy question in hand, then we need to have ways to anonymize data sets if you're asking for it to be shared in a way where it doesn't hamper the privacy of whoever, may it be a business user or a consumer that's sort of signing on to that platform. Now, is there a need to share this data in certain situations? Yes, there is. But does this need trump over the right to privacy for certain users? That is a very case-to-case sort of an assessment. And perhaps the middle ground that we can draw here is that this is exactly also another situation where unless we know what are the standards of privacy that has to be maintained, which again, all of that should come from the DPDP legislation, not the DCA. I don't think the DCA will be able to comment very qualitatively on what this sort of privacy protection along with data sharing is supposed to look like.
Yeah, well, that's essentially what I was trying to ask you. Doesn't the data sharing mandate under this law clash with DPDP, clash with the privacy of customers?
So yes and no in different ways. How do I put this? It ultimately boils down to what sort of data is being asked to share. And unless we know what is it that you're looking to share, it is very difficult to qualitatively comment on whether sharing that specific data set is a huge harm to privacy. For instance, if we are looking at sharing the data set, say porting. Let's take one example of data sharing is porting. Now, this is a situation where there's a clear consumer benefit in that you want to be able to repurpose the way you log in your login details, especially if you're using, say, a Gmail login onto Netflix or something of that sort. You want to be able to use that across the board. So in such situations, should the core digital service provider give you the opportunity to ensure that the data porting is seamless? Yes. But that's very different from sharing the data that they aggregate themselves, right? So in that specific situation, then you're essentially asking the question, why is this data being shared in the first place? Is it an essential facility? Is the data that you're talking about the only instance where you would look at data sharing, mandatory data sharing, is that if you're terming this data something close to what we understand to be an essential facility under competition law. So the moment it has hit that essential facility, then you're asking two questions. Okay, now we have an obligation to share this data, but we also have to ensure that sharing this data does not harm privacy of whoever's data is involved. Then the only way around to that is to come up with a privacy standard that has to be maintained while this data is being shared. And unfortunately, there is no blanket ban against no sharing of data or no processing of data even under the DPDP, as long as it is with the kind of consent that we understand is meaningful. So if we are able to trace it to this meaningful consent, and if data is an essential facility, then we should allow for sharing it, and in a way where it doesn't, of course, harm the underlying privacy.
Diksha, if you wanted to come in here because of clashes with DPDP.
So I think just in terms of data portability, the issue is largely how Manjushri put out. So I don't want to unnecessarily add on to the same thing, because it eventually is, the construct is they require portability of users and business users. So insofar as end users are concerned, it's a fairly clear answer, right? You have to figure out whether you're going to be meeting the privacy standards. I think it gets way more complicated when you're talking about business users. What is their data? What do they claim to be their data? Is data of certain users who are transacting on the platform with them becoming their data? And I think that will be some thorny issues that will have to be mapped out here. Privacy laws may not completely apply to those business users either. So that will have to be something that may have to be worked out within the regulatory framework of DCA, how they want this portability requirement to be implemented. It seems to be a requirement to ensure easy exit from one player to the other player. That is what I think they're trying to get at. But it's too vague for it to be effective, according to me. Like their data for business users, their data for end users is perhaps easily identifiable, but what is their data for business users? When you're asking for it to be transferred, to what account can I, to what extent can I take into account my own processing that I may have done with that data? How will you de-link the data within an aggregated database that may have been maintained? So I think it might be in implementation, there'll be a lot of issues here. Will the data that I give in the manner in which I give it, will it be easily integrated with the second system? How much of ecosystem interoperability would be required for that? So there's the intent seems to be that I want you to be able to move from one platform to the other platform, which is good. There's no problem with that. It's great. How will you implement it? I think that implementation is so elusive and it's not discussed at all. It's left to regulation.
So essentially, we're saying that it's not feasible to implement data portability.
So Snehal has been somebody who's been in the tech sector for long. I don't know if he
So I
has
would
views
say
about
that
it,
it is, and I have been thinking about it, and I thought, why do we need it first, right? So answer is, if I want to today move from Gmail to Microsoft or WhatsApp to Telegram, what stops me is that all my last decades conversations are there, right? That is always the friction, that all my contacts, all my connects, all of my chat histories are there. So if I want to make a switch, it will be actually very easy if somehow, see, possibility, I'll tell you how is it possible. Even when we are shifting our phone from iPhone to Android, it does, right? And it is much more complicated data structures versus just a messaging app or a mail app or those kind of things. So I think there is merit in interoperability of data, but of course it has to be. But the question again is, who will define these structures, right? CCI is already, so uh, they have more things on their plate that they can take care of, right? So who will define these guidelines? Who will define these structures of data so the sharing can happen, right? So that is a question. But whether it is required or not, I feel that if it would there, it will actually help shift between two applications and two different service providers very easy.
Kamya, just to add to that, I think when we're looking specifically and touching upon what Diksha said and something that was brought up by Nikhil, I think in the last conversation, in terms of how do you really segregate what your data is really, because when we're looking at, and this was in fact an experiment that was done somewhere in MIT, if I'm not wrong, in terms of when you're looking at large data sets, is it the data that is driving the value of that data set, or is it the aggregation? Right. So if the aggregation is done by the platform, or if it's that's done by the intermediary involved, then then what are you putting a value on? Are you putting a value on the individual components, or are we talking about a situation where the whole is much greater than the sum of its parts? I think we don't have answers to this, in that even if there is a very easy case of data sharing, which is porting, another very complex case of data sharing, as Diksha very rightly put it, in terms of how would you share data sets of business users and what is really their data set. And why would that be important? For instance, let's take the example of a business user on Amazon. Let's say the largest sales that business user records is through their sales through Amazon. So it's very imperative for them to know how many times someone is clicking on their product, how many times someone's viewing that and comparing that elsewhere. But isn't Amazon compelled to provide that service to a business user? Because the analytics to actually gauge all of this is what Amazon is invested in. So who does this data really belong to? And I until we sort of have an answer to that, talking about data sharing, I don't think it's going to drive us any closer to answers than we are today.
I would like to add 2 bits. So already most of these platforms, we now have an option that I can go and delete my data. Right. That is now mostly mandated by some regulators, and anyway, platforms have started giving. In fact, one of the key condition on your app to be on Play Store is that you have to give that feature that you can delete data. Right. So any processed data or analytic is different. That is, something that we we, cultivated an insight from that data.
Right.
Of course, ownership remains with the, can be shared or can be with the organization, which, okay. So the ownership remains with either both or just the organization, because they are the one who refined that oil, so to speak, right? Refined that data and turned it into insight. But I think what my interpretation, and again, I'm not from the law background, but from the layman perspective, my interpretation of this is the data that I need to shift to another platform, or to just keep as a backup of my data, all everything. For example, I have uploaded 200 SKUs on Amazon with a lot of images and text and everything. I should have a easy way to download all of it if I'm deciding to go out of Amazon today, right? So that is my interpretation of owning and allowing to, take my own data, which even Facebook, Instagram are now doing. You can go to Facebook and ask them to, one, you can download all your data, two, you can ask them to delete all my data and never use it again, right? So those things are already happening. I think this will be just a one layer on top of it.
I think in both these cases, we're still looking at the data of an end user. I think
See,
the
end user can be
conversation-
consumer or a business. For example, in Amazon cases, it's a business, right? For example, if I am running a D2C brand, I have 200 SKUs on Amazon. I want, as a brand, I want to take it off Amazon now, and I can download all my data, all my reviews that were posted there, all my customer information who ordered those products, and I can just go away. And interoperability will allow that now I can upload all of that on Flipkart that easily.
So Snehal, I'm with you on the fact that when we're looking at the DPDP, everybody who interacts with any tech giant will be treated as a user. But this is the first law where we're seeing this distinction of an end user and a business user. I
Yeah.
completely agree with this interpretation fitting the DPDP Act. And over there, if the question is about when you exit a platform, do you get to carry your data with you, or what should be done to that? I think the storage limitation answers that question under the DPDP. But we're talking about, I think,
Storage limitation as in?
so once there is only to a certain extent that once you've exited a platform and you, let's say there is a lot of data processed by that platform that is yours, they're supposed to destroy it under the law, right?
Yeah.
So
But
there's
not always just for exit. Even I was only running on Amazon. Today I decide I want to list on Meesho and Flipkart also, right? But I have my data, which was my user generated data. I created that data. I can download it and upload it on Meesho and on Flipkart on Paytm, and I have my stores running there.
Okay, I'm not exactly seeing how this would play out in in real life, because at least for me, the distinction here that makes it very complicated is that this is the first time we are distinguishing users into two clear buckets of end users and business users. End users, I think when the moment we're in the territory of end users, the DPDP Act kicks in to very well supplement some of the obligations under the draft DCA. But if we were to read the draft DCA in a vacuum without there being a DPDP Act, which is essentially what it would be if we are looking at with a narrow restriction on just business users, then a lot of these obligations will look far more vague, including data sharing.
Yeah.
So what you explained is perhaps one example of how data sharing can happen in not a very complicated fashion.
Yeah.
There are many instances where if we were to stick to this version of the law, data sharing will be extensively complicated in a way where you would require the CCI to sit down and arbitrate as to who does each data set belong to, who gets ownership of what part of it. Yeah.
So
Go
I
ahead.
actually just want to jump in here, Manjushri.
Huh.
One area where I think there's a bit of contention is, for example, reviews.
Right.
Who owns the reviews is such an
Yeah.
issue, right? But I think to Snehal's point that if I have created structured data sets and like for 200 SKUs and uploaded on a platform, do you agree I should be allowed to port it out because I'm the one who's created that data set?
I'm not entirely sure that the reviews is a data set that belongs entirely to a business user.
But I've created it. It's my data. I've taken photographs. I've taken. I've chosen names for SKUs.
Talked about like the
Overall.
SKU.
Oh, the SKUs. Yes, of course.
Correct,
That,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the specific reviews, and that if your product is reviewed on a particular
In terms
platform.
of reviews, I think the jury is out. It's co-created
Yeah,
data.
exactly. That's what I was on.
So Kamya, do you have any other compelling questions?
Yeah, I got one more question, and then I wanted to open it up to the audience. And this is for Snehal. What happens to UPI under the DCA?
Given that fintechs are currently monetizing it by relying on data from their enterprise customers, or partners, however you want to call it, and essentially upselling them services based on this data, what happens to the ecosystem when they can no longer do this?
Why will they no longer be able to do this?
Because they're basically core digital services which are defined.
Hmm.
So if payments is one particular intermediation service that you're providing, you're not allowed to share data between core digital services. So if you have, let's say, advertising of insurance or loans within your same app, you're not allowed to share the data between those two services under this bill. So effectively, you can't make money with UPI because of the stupid policy called zero MDR. And then you can't make money off advertising because you can't really do curation of what to show which customer, which ad, etc. So for example, even if, let's say, there is a recently added ad for an for, let's say, loans, right? You identify a certain pattern, you define, you're able to figure out which loan would be suitable for which customer. You can today show that on the basis of payment behavior, right? You can't do that anymore because the core digital services have to be separated from each other. Advertising is one core digital service.
But then
Intermediation is
my interpretation of that is that there is also the need of sharing of data in the act, right? And what I was reading from the EU perspective, the purpose of that was ki if Google has some data, right, they should be able to share it with Facebook also and transparently without,
No, the problem is Google can't share data for one core digital service of Google's with another core digital service of Google's. Same way, PhonePe can't share it with one of their services, another service.
So something like what Apple is already doing, already implementing by not sharing the
this is not
cookies and
this is not third-party apps.
no,
So
that's what I'm saying.
Third-party cookies.
What it is doing for trying to achieve the same thing, right?
No.
That
this is single.
you should not be the product that is being sold.
No, this is a single-party cookie. Within a single party offering multiple services, you can't share data.
So okay. So first, the UPI answer to zero already a lot of payment gateways are already charging 0.35% or something MDR one way or the other.
UPI
right?
MDR hai nahi.
But they are charging by
No,
some
it's not
other
legal.
things.
Payments and Settlement Act doesn't allow them to charge MDR. They can't charge MDR.
But
it's not legal.
every payment gateway does.
Not for UPI payments.
They do. No, they do. But if you are using it via a payment gateway,
merchant is not allowed. No, that's
P2P is free, but if I am using it via their payment stack.
No, P2P was always free, but merchant payment with an amendment to the Payment and Settlements Act.
No, but if I am using it via Razorpay or Paytm, etc., I am paying 0.25%.
No, but UPI, if let's say you're using PhonePe to make a payment.
Years ago, we were not paying anything on transactions below 2,000 rupees of UPI, but now everybody is charging.
So as far as we understand, zero MDR still exists.
But for UPI, they create
UPI.
connectors on top and below because of
that's
everything, right?
That may be a workaround.
UPI when you are doing P2P.
No, but that's a workaround in play probably. That's a workaround.
So I'm answering how they are monetizing that.
As of now, there is zero MDR. PhonePe, Paytm, all of these guys make zero money on UPI payments. Even to merchants.
On QR code, yes.
Even to merchants, right? So their logic is if you're not allowed to make money using MDR, which is their business, why? And we're not being allowed to share data with for delivering ads. How will we survive?
So, but anyway, the merchant, the QR code payments, usme there was no data per se that what is being bought. I am just, I had a transaction offline. I am just paying.
That's not material, but a payment pattern can be used to serve certain kinds of ads, right?
But
merchant information, merchant information can be used to service ads also.
Okay, so but I have not seen this part of, so I may be a little bit uninformed, but probably this, if just educate me on this, if this is allowed, that okay, I can not share the data, but I can refine that data, convert it into an insight, and then use that insight somewhere else. Is this allowed or not? I don't know this.
Is aggregate data allowed and personal data not allowed?
No, the question is,
I'm asking Deeksha because she.
The way I'm reading it, and we're on 12.2, right?
I don't know the clauses.
So the way I'm reading this restriction on data sharing between two core digital services is that it has a carve out for user consent.
Yeah. And without consent, I cannot share, which I
Without
believe should be
consent,
there.
you can't share. So that's the way I'm reading it.
And
but
it has to be the integral service as well. Like for integral services, you don't need it, but for non-integral services, you do. You need consent.
Yeah. So, okay. But then is there a restriction on the insight derived from that data? For example, in this, I saw the data derived that, okay, this is a person who orders on Zomato a lot, right? So he is probably a single guy living in Gurgaon. So now those attributes, I have created a persona or attributes. Those are the insights now. Can those insights be shared?
I understand what you said.
Raw data is because raw data are not being shared. I agree.
As far as I understand, that's also not allowed.
Okay, so that I am not aware of that, but
I
probably
don't think.
Is any data sharing is allowed?
So
subject.
it's subject
No.
to consent.
Consent.
It is subject to consent. So, and I think might be easier to just contextualize this a little better. Manjushri, please come in because you've been more closer to all of this.
Yeah, as
But
much.
let's say you have on Zomato, you have two restaurants and Zomato will now need to take consent to be able to intershare it. Let's say if Zomato has a payment platform.
No, forget that.
In that
Let's say Zomato has ordering, Zomato has dine-in, and
Yes.
Zomato has payments.
And these are three separate core digital services in our.
These are three separate core digital services according to this. So I will have to separately consent to each different service to be able to allow be allowed to use all three of them with the same login. Maybe
Correct.
is my one.
Correct. That
one
that
thing.
is one part of it.
And then within the services, can they share data?
For data to be shared, you will have to give consent.
Again.
But you will give consent because if you have looked at all the EU websites, it's a blind spot now. You always click on accept all, right? So that will happen. If so, that in my view, it is like it doesn't really help the cause because those things always become kind of like blind spots, and you end up clicking on because when every website is having that forced pop-up, it will become a blind spot too, and you will always be like, "I accept all."
This will keep going on.
We will get questions.
So let's go to questions quickly. We're running a little late and we need to start session 3 soon.
Questions? Okay.
Hi. I had the question for Diksha and for Manjushri. In a sense, if you look at EU recently did an IoT study, Internet of Things. Now they collect data left, right, and center.
Yeah.
The cars you run, they collect a lot of data. How much they have, apps which measure how much you have traveled, how much mileage has the car given. Now with IoT and with the technology which you have where appliances are talking to, one centralized server. With this bill, in a sense, would it put a spanner in the work as to how they collect data because they can't intermix, they can't use this to, so what so someone who is doing this or someone who is collecting data and it does not affect digital tech companies. It would affect, say, a car company also or something like that. But then how does it play out? That's what.
Disha, do you want to go in first? So I think when you're talking about a car company, I just go with the assumption that this car company has right now designed its own platform where all of this is happening. There would be one question to see whether it gets covered under the scope of this act at all or not. Yeah, but at a more general level, let's assume it's getting covered. At a more general level, I think a qualified restriction on intermixing of data is still something that you can accept as being reasonable. The problem here would be that if that qualified consent is not given in parts by people, then how much does it hinder development of your product and also availability of services to that business user end user? So the context that I'm trying to draw out here is that you say I'm not going to allow intermixing of my data, but I say I am happy to. From a perspective of the company which is using all of this data, how much does it compromise their ability to innovate is one. And the second is that are you then willing to live without the additional services that I'm getting because of sharing my data. That clarity is not coming out from here. And that I think is the parts where these data usage requirements, the three clauses that they have put in here, they're hugely problematic because I don't think they have been thought through on what they really mean in application.
Can I answer it from a technical
Yeah,
perspective?
please.
So it is not an issue because communication between two services is not banned, right? Communicate between two services or even two IoT devices or a car or a software.
Communicate about like
Exactly, I'll tell you, right? For example, when we do a transaction, right? An e-commerce website has all the data that what is being bought and by whom. But when we send that data to Paytm or Razorpay, we don't send that data. We are communicating that this is, and we create a hash here, which is an anonymized hash and a unique hash, that for this hash transaction, do this, take 500 rupees, and if you are able to take it successfully, give me an acknowledgement in 0 or 1. Right? So there is no data being shared here. Just an instruction is being made that do this and then give me an acknowledgement. So communication between two services does not necessarily mean that data is being shared. There are multiple ways of communicating between different protocols, and without any privacy data or any particular specific data of any person being shared between the two services. So I believe it will not hamper innovation. It will not hamper. It will just improve privacy of the users.
I have a slightly different view on this. I think if these two services are part of like the same company and are two core digital services, the way it's written right now, what is being shared, that instruction is data. Like there is some element of data in that instruction. And so long as consent is not there, I think it will be hit.
No, I can make two services talk without ever sharing your name, your phone number, or email ID.
But it's not restricted to personal data.
What Diksha, exactly what Diksha trying to say, that it's not about your personal data, it's
not
about
for
any
personal
data. Zero communication.
So there is, so see, that ways any click that you ever do on internet, data is the bits that are flowing.
And that's the
right.
problem.
Data is the no, but in that I don't think in this laws context, data is the data packets, right? But when we are communicating between two protocols, data packets are flowing, bits are flowing.
Unless it says personally identifiable data.
It is not personally identifiable.
No,
No.
unless it says personally identifiable
Okay.
data, it refers to data packets.
That I think then
that
they will have to see
yeah.
that what it does it say.
Deepak?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So when you're talking about this whole thing about that subject to consent, this type of data can be shared, then the issue is whether under the DPDPA or for that matter under the proposed legislation here, is there any mandate to offer to consumers a graded and temporal ability to give consent? Because
Here,
otherwise it just won't work.
Exactly. I completely agree. Here, there is none. DPDP, I can probably read that graded consent. We still have to wait for the rules to come out to see exactly how graded they are viewing that consent to be. The bigger problem in all this piece is that category of business users. Because for those, we don't have any parameter to see how that consent will be taken, what will be the nature of that consent, etc. So I think that is going to be one very glaring gap here, because DPDP might fill it up with respect to end users, but doesn't do anything for business users.
And just to add on to the data sharing question across both of these, I think we'll have to read the act a little like it is certain, on the scale of 0 to 100, if 100 is what is permissible to do by the CCI, it's that 100 that's reflected in the bill, because as we were speaking in the other questions as well, identifying whether this is possible or not, whether legally or technologically, really boils down to very, very specific case instances. And also the way in which each of these core digital services business models are also oriented, which is why the CCI is expected to come out with regulations on data sharing specifically for how they would interact with the core digital services in the schedule. So it would be great if we could all read, the obligations with that also in mind, that this is not the be all and end all of how exactly the obligations for SSDs are going to look like. There is a lot more of the meat to come through regulations.
Any more questions or comments?
I have a question.
Okay. Sorry, well.
You have a question?
Behind you.
Okay. Behind
Yeah.
you.
My question is that processing of personal data in the DPDPA is already regulated. Like you have to take consent when you're processing. No, but if you look at 12 clause 2, clause B, subclause B, permit usage of data by any third party. So sharing of data or permitting usage of data to any third party by the SSDE is also processing, which is already covered by DPDPA. So why was there a need to actually write this that you have to take consent, like SSD has to take consent when you're permitting usage of such data by third party? Isn't this already covered in DPDPA? SSD is a data fiduciary, and if you're, so why was like just ask?
I think for end users completely covered. I don't see the use case. There might be a use case for business users.
That's precisely why it was put in. I mean, going by what the committee also deliberated on, that there are enough caveats, enough and more caveats, at least as far as the committee believed, in terms of how this applies to end users. But for business users, we have none. And specifically with respect to what sort of data can be processed, not processed, and how, and even within processing, there are many, many categories that you could further silo them into. We're only looking at using data in an anti-competitive way, but not all a ban on all sorts of processing of data of business users' data entirely. So that's also, this is a smaller subset in comparison to what the DPDP does in certain ways, but in other ways, this is the first time we're ever talking about business users. So there is definitely some overlap, but I don't think they're entirely overlapping circles.
Thank you.
One last question there.
Hi, am I audible?
Yeah.
Hi, so I had just a small clarification I wanted from you. This is about data sharing within the platform. So for instance, there's Google developed AI models that are using email data to train the generative AI. What does this mean, and what is the role of consent in it? So can Google use my emails to train its AI? And if I consent to it, but can it still stop competitors from accessing that same data? So what's the role of consent in this, and is this possible still?
Who is the question to?
I would love any of you to answer.
Anyone could jump in, actually.
So I think on the first part, they'll be able to use it so long as you've consented to it. The second part, I wasn't entirely clear. When you meant competitors, did you mean like for Google to share it with its competitors?
Yes, so any other companies that are developing generative AI models, because they would not have access to the Gmail data as far as I understand it.
Yeah.
But would this be anti-competitive still? Would this be a refusal to deal sort of a situation? Or
So
would this
somebody could raise that theory that this is problematic, and then I think it will have to be assessed on the facts of whether this data is really necessary for you to train, whether you can get those training abilities from other places, or whether you're willing to enter into sort of an agreement for that data sharing to happen, which is then also topped up with consent of the users whose data is being shared. So fairly complex position. I don't think it's at all a case where you can say just on the face of it, this is anti-competitive.
So can I just
think there'll be way too much assessment.
So from that question, I think I realized one thing, why there would be the need of a business user consent. Now today, Google is training its AI using websites which were scanned by Google engine, right? All the data, for example, if I have a blog or a website, any information, any research, earlier we would go search on Google, go to the first, second, third link and go to that website. Now, if Google is using all of that content to train its AI, and then AI will answer on top of every search result, user will never have to go to the website, right? So that is probably where the consent of the business owner of that website will come into play. No, I do not give you consent to crawl my website to train your AI algorithm and then kill my business, because then 5 years down the line, nobody would be going on websites via SEO, because everything, most 90% of questions will be answered by the AI on top only.
I think we'll have to cap the questions now. 'Cause
So I just want to add to this.
I'm a little-
Even today, there are apps that you can basically add as an application to Gmail that can access your email and read your email. So someone who's built an AI bot that wants access to your data will basically have to create it and using the API that Google allows, and it can gain access. The other is email is basically you can just export your emails using an SMTP into a third-party app, etc. And they can also scan it and build a chatbot on top of it if you want. So I don't think technically there's any restriction as of now. It's just it's consent. Yes, there could be a problem if they start restricting it, and that will lead to a competition concern. But as of now, nothing stops it. Nothing stops you from exporting your data either. Gmail allows you to export your data if you want to use Thunderbird from Firefox for, or you want to use Outlook from Microsoft for your Gmail. You can still integrate it using a POP3 or an SMTP protocol. So I don't think there's a problem right now with this. I think the problem is when if they will stop that from happening because they don't want a third-party app to use to basically train their AI on it. Nothing stops it. Great. Thanks for a great session.
Thank you.
I hope you'll hang around. We've got one last session on enforcement, and if you'd like to jump in on that, also more than welcome. That's the trickiest and the most interesting one of them all. I'm going to invite Path and Shivangi. Shivangi just stepped out. We have Lazar joining us virtually. Hi, Lazar. Let me just see.
Thanks for having me.
Great. Valerie, I think we need the camera to switch. So we have a hard stop at 6:15, which gives us very little time for the session of this length and importance. But we'll try our best. We were planning to stop at 6. We'll probably stop at 6:15. But I'm going to get straight to it. Lazar, sorry, I don't know if you're visible, but could we start with you? Could you tell us about what's happening in Europe right now? Are there any learnings in terms of institutional capacity to deal with the DMA? Are there any initial observations or lessons for us in India when we're looking at competition regulation?
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's great to be here, even if virtually. Unfortunately, couldn't make it in person. Maybe next time. So yeah, there's some things that I think India could glean. The Digital Markets Act was touted at the beginning as a self-enforcement tool. It was said that Digital Markets Act would compel gatekeepers to act a certain way without much necessity of the commission sort of intervening to decide whether a certain product design complies with the obligations and prohibitions, and therefore it wouldn't require such a great increase in staffing. And the European Union didn't, and arguably still doesn't know whether it has the necessary staff to enforce it. Now, as you may know, the Digital Markets Act entered into force recently on March the 7th.
March 6th. So, yeah, 6th, 7th.
Yeah, the 7th, I think. It was going to be the 6th, then they changed it to the 7th. But yeah, like a month ago. And, interestingly, a couple of weeks after that, and after the workshops, so maybe let me take a step back. There were a set of workshops where the gatekeepers came to explain how they were going to comply with these obligations and prohibitions, which, remember, were supposed to be self-executing and simple, but the reality is a bit more complex, as I'm gonna argue, because after those workshops, and each one of those sessions lasted up to 10 hours, where the gatekeepers explained what they were going to do to ensure that they didn't self-preference or ensure interoperability and so on and so forth. A day after the last session, or 2 days after the last session, which I think was Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken, the commission launched or announced that it was launching 3 investigations into non-compliance into Meta, Alphabet, and Apple, right? So it's not that self-executing, it seems. I think that's one lesson. Another lesson is measuring success. I think it's very important to understand what the law seeks to achieve, because if you don't, it's hard to measure success. We're seeing that so far the investigations that have been opened were opened because competitors and complementers complained. They thought that the product design decisions were not going far enough or not good enough. That runs the risk of rent seeking, because arguably competitors are almost never going to be satisfied. So I think it would be useful to have another metric apart from an increase in competitors' market share, something more objective perhaps than their qualitative opinions. So those are the two lessons I would say so far. It's only been a month. So first thing, don't necessarily think that it's self-executing. These obligations and prohibitions are not always clear. It's not always clear what counts as consent. What is consent freely given? Google was giving an explanation when users could opt in and out of targeted advertising. Google was or wanted to give an explanation of why targeted advertising was, beneficial. That was considered to interfere with freely given consent. Same goes for self-preferencing. What is an acceptable way to present browsers when you're booting up the iOS on the iPhone? Does there have to be a list? Do consumers have to go through the entire list before picking? Does the list have to be random? And so on. So it's not as clear, as evident as it was initially presented as, which means that there is going to be more enforcement capacity necessitated than one might think.
There also seems to be a bit left to discretion, right? For example, there was an investigation announced a few, like maybe 5-6 months ago, that about how some Microsoft services like Bing, etc., are not, even though they're meeting the thresholds, they don't meet the criteria, or they're not going to be designated. So, what are the lessons in terms of issues created by the level of discretion available under the DMA?
Yeah. So the DMA has two sets of criteria that are interrelated, but they're not cumulative. They're alternative, right? So there is a qualitative criterion, which is that a gatekeeper is a company that is an important gateway for business users to reach end users. That is a very general description, right? And the way to ascertain if that is the case is through quantitative criteria. That's one option. And most of the gatekeepers were named gatekeepers because they fulfilled those quantitative criteria that look at business users and end users. I think India's Digital Competition Act has something similar. But if a company doesn't fulfill the quantitative criteria, it could still be named a gatekeeper based on the qualitative considerations, where the commission can look at its size, its vertical integration, it can look at economies of scale, it can look at basically anything it wants. So it gives a lot of discretion, and it's going to be interesting to see if gatekeepers can sort of argue against the quantitative criteria with qualitative criteria, because it doesn't seem so. It seems that only the commission can use the qualitative criteria to name a company a gatekeeper, but it is not clear whether a company can use the same qualitative criteria to dislodge the presumption that it is a gatekeeper if it fulfills the quantitative criteria. So that is one interesting question. And as you say, there is, if you look at the letter of the law, the qualitative criteria that the commission has at its disposal are quite broad. And if I'm not mistaken, the Indian Draft Digital Competition Act has one provision that says that any other considerations can also be taken into account. So there is a list, but it's not a closed list.
So there's a great deal of ambiguity. Thanks, Lazar. Shivangi, firstly, what do you make of these definitions of core digital services and systematically significant digital enterprises? Is there any rationale in how they're defined and how these thresholds are arrived at?
So firstly, thank you.
Your mic's on.
Yeah, so thank you. Firstly, thanks for having me. And before I get to that, just one very quick point, because I think I would be remiss in not mentioning it. I think Lazar is also, he's also hinted at it, but I think the first threshold issue to consider is whether we actually need the DCB. And I'm, personally, I'm not convinced that there's enough of a gap in the existing mechanism to warrant the introduction of any additional competition regulations, especially when there is a significant amount of uncertainty about its implementation. And I think, in the previous session, we had a pretty spirited discussion about the potential conflict between the DCB and any other, recently
in the first session, we discussed whether we need DCB. So
Understood. So I guess this is the summary of that. But essentially, I'm not entirely convinced that it's required.
Got it.
And to get to your question on the definitions of the CDSs and the definition of the SSDE, if I can take the latter first, and to speak to your point on qualitative criteria, which is really in some sense the heart of the matter and a little bit of a fail-safe in the DCB, because you already have these quantitative thresholds which indicate the kind of revenue and the users, you need to, the thresholds you need to breach in order to be considered an SSDE. And I'm not sure that the qualitative thresholds are actually required. This is because in any legislation involving tech, of course, there's a little bit of a trade-off between certainty, legal certainty for the for the enterprises being regulated, as well as flexibility for the investigator. But I think this skews towards too much flexibility. This is because everything that you have in the DCB right now, which are actually criteria you consider for qualitative thresholds, are actually proxies for dominance. And a very fundamental reason for introducing the additional, the DCB is to cover for things that are not already covered under the Competition Act. So I wonder if the qualitative criteria are actually required, both in terms of the existing setup, A, and B, whether this is actually going to add value in terms of giving companies any certainty about whether or not they will be regulated by the DCB. So I'll just pause there as, with that very short answer.
One, if I can add
Yeah,
on this
it's
one.
on.
Yeah, just one short point on the SSD definition, and I think it's very widely right now. It will have a very wide net on kinds of companies which will become SSDs. Just take example, for example, Meesho, right? Meesho is an e-commerce platform. Today, it will have almost more than, easily more than 1 crore of users. And its annual turnover will be more than 4,000 crores. I think last year it was around 5,000 crores, roughly like that. I mean, is the purpose of this law to capture, if that was the purpose?
So there are about 120 odd unicorns in this country, I guess, give or take 20. Everyone's going to be in this net. The EU has structured it so that they'll have 6. Do you think there's a rationale to restrict this, to raise the threshold in a manner that we will only capture the top of the pile?
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Sure. So my short answer would be no. And the reason I say this is because I think we need to frame the question differently. It isn't, are these thresholds enough? It's what are these thresholds enough for? And I think we need to be cognizant of the different models under each of the services that are defined. Just to take a very simple example, there may be situations where you have multiple apps open for the same service, in which case there will be a significant amount of double counting, right? If you're in the ride hailing services segment, for example, maybe the thresholds are too low. In relation to other services, maybe it's too high. So I don't think the issue is whether this is appropriate. I think it's an issue of what is it appropriate for.
So do you think there should be sector specific thresholds?
I think they should be developed according to the type of service that's being offered. And I don't think it's about the sector. I think it's about the competitive dynamics in the services that are being offered.
But then if that has to be determined in that manner, then it's basically you will have company specific regulations coming in. Is that a good idea by itself? Should there be a separate set of regulations for each type of company?
As I say it, the decision is, should you have a separate set of regulations for each company versus should you just regulate everybody the same way? And between, these two options, I choose the former.
Okay, Parth?
So look, whether you take that way or not, even today, there is already a provision to have very different set of requirements for depending upon which company you are. But going on the original question which you asked, is that, of course, first of all, in order to determine what is SSD, you should look at what is the objective which you are trying, what is the objective which you're trying to achieve. Sorry about that. What is the objective you're trying to achieve? And your definitions should be aligned with the objective which you're trying to achieve. It should not be in a manner that you're trying to capture anything and everything. By that way, before I proceed further, I just wanted to make one disclosure that some of the SSDs will become potential SSD. I kept on advising them as a lawyer. There could be some bias, but I just thought it's ethical to disclose that upfront. Yeah.
I know, and you're not here in the capacity of representing your clients. So
Absolutely,
yes. And therefore,
that's taken, but what I'm asking is about how you think about this, right? So, are you saying that there is, so we've already discussed whether there's a case for ex ante or not in the first session. We've looked at data now, but is there, is, is there a, like, if this law, if there was to be a law, and I haven't seen the government very frequently delay a law or not roll out a law, so we expect this is coming. What is an ideal situation path if that where it might address concerns that people like Snehal have about monopolies, but also it doesn't curb innovation. It doesn't have a negative impact on the ecosystem.
Okay, it's a difficult question.
You're
but-
getting a law.
Yeah.
Let's assume that.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, so but it's a difficult question in the sense that my answer will perhaps change the nature of the law itself. But I think a fair system would be, if at all we are looking at an ex ante system, I think there should be remedial steps provided to entities who will be restricted. Because what are you talking about? You're talking about a system where now you're saying there will be certain per se prohibitions, that if you engage into an act, this is prohibited. It's called strict liability. You can't jump the traffic gun. You can't really now explain why did you jump the traffic light, right? So I think there has to be, the law should accommodate some sort of a mechanism where companies are able to explain their position, number one. And I think the remedial system upwards, which is up above CCI, that should be a little bit quicker.
You know, if you send this in a submission based on what happened to Meghna, it would have been perhaps interpreted that you do support ex ante, by the way. I'm just kidding.
No.
But I'm just curious about, you know, what impact does this have on existing Indian services? Because there are some fairly large services already in operation in the country. There's Paytm, there's PhonePe, there is Zomato, Swiggy. IndiaMart clearly has more than 10,000 business customers. So does Naukri.com. Can I be restricted from launching a new service? How do we define what is an integral service and what is a feature? How does this work? Like, how is that determination going to happen at the regulators?
Question to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, the reason of you have asked this question. I'll step a little back here again. I have a problem with the bill itself, and I think bill will go several layers of iterations here. One, I think the bill suffers from what constitutionally we call excessive delegation. For example, this integral, right? The bill doesn't define what is integral, and it has left CCI to define integral, and I think that's a problem. Parliament should be able to give some guidance on what is integral and let the CCI thereafter work on that. But you can't leave CCI to define completely integral. So that will be enforcement issue, in the sense that bill might see some, or when it becomes a law in its same shape, it may see some challenges. Now, on your larger question about how it is going to impact services, of course it is. So let's take example of if I'm providing a service, right?
Let's take IndiaMart as an example.
Yeah. So if for IndiaMart, what will be integral? Of course, I may not be able to comment on that because I'm not very familiar with their.
IndiaMart is a B2B marketplace which allows businesses to discover businesses to buy from.
Right. Right.
It's like Sadar Bazaar and on the web.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah. So the moment they reach these targets, which they will have to comply with all these.
They have reached the target like a decade ago.
So they will have to comply with all these requirements.
Correct.
And to the extent they are not able to provide any services, howsoever integral is now going to define. I'm just taking integral an example. It's going to be very difficult for them to do business, right? It's ultimately going to impact their business. So if your larger question about how it is going to impact services,
will they be prevented from launching new services? So for example,
so
6 years ago they launched a B2C marketplace alongside the B2B, which is like in China there's Alibaba and then there's AliExpress.
So I don't think they will be prevented from launching a service, but where there is a potential case of if one of these services are conditioned upon buying or using other services, and they're not able to demonstrate this is integral, and if there is a requirement or incentivization to use those services, then they will be prohibited.
Okay.
To that extent, it will impact.
So
What?
I just have a quick add-on to that point. And, I think let's just take a look at it in terms of an example. As it stands, there's an obligation in the Digital Competition Bill saying you shall not tie or bundle any of your products or services. So on your question on will they be prevented from doing so, I think one step before that is, are they clear on what they can or can't do? So one is you cannot tie or bundle your services, but interestingly, they also use words like you cannot incentivize the provision of, two products or services. Now, if you were to go to an India Mart and ask them what this means, I think their answer would be as good as any of ours. So I think there's a lot of lack of clarity on what these terms mean. And these, of course, will get fleshed out in the conduct requirements that the CCI is going to develop in regulations. So I think as it stands, we have the broad contours of a principle, but the specifics of what they can or can't do can only be fleshed out in requirements. And there's no way to answer that question right now without understanding how it would apply to a specific sector or a specific service.
So I'm just, yeah, Lazar.
I thought somebody asked about the not rolling out certain products or how this could impact products that might be delayed. I just wanted to give you sort of maybe an update of what's happening in the EU. Well, the first thing is, maybe you heard this was last year. Threads, which was Meta's sort of Instagram adjacent, Twitter competitor, that didn't roll out initially in Europe until after a couple of months after it had rolled out in the US, because they just weren't certain. Meta wasn't certain about whether it would comply with a DMA, and that was delayed a couple of months. Google now recently, and this is maybe newer for you guys, you might have not heard of this, is Google's AI wasn't rolled out either in Europe because of some of the lack of clarity that we mentioned, that you guys mentioned. There's been other effects. These two relate to rolling out new products, but there's also been sort of effects on existing products. There was an article recently in Politico that you may or may not have read, which is discussing the effect on Google Maps because of the self-preferencing provisions and the tying and bundling provisions and so on. Google's map, now that when you search for a map in Europe, you don't get a clickable map anymore. You get a picture of a map, and you have to scroll down slightly to press a link, and then it opens up Google Maps. So Redditors on the forum Reddit were complaining about this, and people were asking, what's going on, what's happening. They even said that one of the users tried to go back to an older version of Google somehow. So it seems that there's also some effects for those products now, because everything is still moving. They're experimenting. We don't know what the final outcome is going to be, but there is at least a feasible possibility that these products might be made worse. And my advice would be, it's good to have some guardrails. The DMA doesn't have any guardrails, doesn't consider consumer effects. It's focused on fairness and contestability. It's not concerned with consumer welfare. Efficiency or consumer welfare considerations are not a valid pro-competitive justification. Whereas in the DMCC, in the UK's version, there is at least the potentiality of raising pro-competitive justifications, right? Like, they might be hard, and it might be necessary to show that they were essential, which might be a high bar to clear, and you may want to lower that bar, but at least it exists. In the DMA, it does not exist. And from what I've read, India's Digital Competition Act, Draft Digital Competition Act, also does not consider consumer benefits or efficiencies as an exemption to those rules and obligations.
So, Parth, how would you change this bill to take into consideration consumer needs?
I think that's what I wanted to say earlier when I said that I think one has to look. I mean, first of all, Lazar, thanks for making those wonderful points. So Threads, Google Gemini, these are examples of chilling innovation, right?
I'm actually most worried about maps, to be honest.
I mean, even because look, if on a map, if I'm providing also a service to find restaurant, right? And if for some reason I'm also active in restaurant business, then you'll say that you're promoting your own business, right? Self-preferencing and tying and all kinds of. So therefore, what
also
Shivangi also said that if law is not clear,
Yeah.
I will be very reticent on
Correct.
launching services because there is a liability looking at me, right? And therefore, a clear and objective law is very much necessary. One of the points.
Yeah, but then you don't get clear and objective laws in India, right? You get very broad laws so that it gives the regulators enough leeway to. So I think let's be realistic.
Yeah. So but anyway, now coming back to the point that what is the change which you'd like to make, if Hesra? I think again, and that will again basically change the nature of the law itself. When we're talking about ex ante regulations, then perhaps we should do a empirical study that out of these 12, 13 items which you have listed, what is that which you're very sure about, which is not going to chill innovation, which is not going to over-regulate and result into false positives. And that study, that in-depth, broad study at a stakeholder level is necessary. And look at the report now. Report says that we conducted 3 consultations on 4th March, 11th March, 24th March. You go to the MCO website, you'll not find a single notice of these consultations, when they were issued and who were invited, right? You just don't know. I mean, now it's open. I'm just making
let's talk about the bill and
yeah,
not the
but
process.
point
please.
is that
Yeah.
point is that absent an economically strong study on what is that which is really ex ante wrong, it's very difficult to call out something per se wrong because you are really risking over regulation and chilling innovation effects.
Shivangi?
Yeah, no, sorry. I just wanted to say that I totally agree, and I don't know if I'm taking time from somebody else.
No, go ahead, Lazar.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, in error costs, matter, and no rules in a world with imperfect information, and especially when enforcers and judges have imperfect information, we have to design rules with presumption. So it's not bad that certain things are per se prohibited. They're per se prohibited because we have sufficient information and empirical knowledge to know that cartels and price fixing agreements and territorial divisions like market sharing agreements are generally bad. So it's okay if we have a per se rule, because most of the time we're going to be right. There might be a couple of false positives, but generally the system works well with a rule like that.
Yeah.
So that's a per se. Sorry, go ahead.
Like just one short point. And irony is that in India, and I'm sure it will be the case with the EU, a cartel, which has been, you have enormous amount of empirical study that why cartel are naked restrictions on competition law. You still have an opportunity to demonstrate that why your cartel is not wrong. It's a rebuttable presumption in India. But for these untested theories which we see in this law, you have no rebuttable presumption at all, and that's the irony.
That was my point, that antitrust law, after depends on the jurisdiction, but decades or even hundreds of years, has arrived to a conclusion that certain practices are per se illegal because of how much experience we've accrued. But even those conducts in Europe, at least, you have Article 101.3, which is the exemption provision, and that includes anything. So even a cartel that is prohibited by Article 101.1 could potentially, now it's rare, but it could potentially be exempted on the basis of efficiency or consumer welfare considerations. But somehow those prohibitions and obligations that are covered by the DMA and which are the same in India's draft bill, for some reason those conducts, which are relatively novel and there is no economic consensus that they're always harmful or even harmful or that they can't be pro-competitive, those don't admit any evidence to the contrary. You can't justify it on efficiency and on consumer welfare. So my problem there is the threat of overregulation and a ton of false positives. So as long as the system acknowledges that and tries to somehow design the rules with that in mind, I think it can work. I'm just not sure that the DMA does that or cares enough about that. It would be a shame to replicate, that. What I see
is there, Lazar, one quick question, and I appreciate a quick answer. Are there any concerns around the broad definition of core digital services? In the DMA? Around the definition of the types of core digital services listed. Are there, you've got core platform services listed in the DMA. Are there any concerns about how broad those are?
I mean, I guess that the concern is that they seem kind of random, some of them. I guess the concern, at least for me, has been that some of them are different. Not all of them are even platforms. It's dubious whether cloud services are a platform service. So I guess the question is, broadness So I guess you're referring to the fact that what could count as one of the core platform services. That hasn't been such an issue. What I've heard more is, why these things and not others? Why are these core platform services and not others? What do these things have in common, right?
Okay.
So yeah.
Shivangi,
Thank
you've
you.
been waiting.
So just one quick point on your previous question. I think a feature that would significantly change the architecture of the digital competition bill and really allow for a more even-keeled approach to this is to allow, like Parth and Lizar said, for objective justifications. As it stands, if you are an SSD, you shall not do each of the 6 things that you can that are listed in the Act. Of course, when this is only going to come into practice through conduct requirements, and there is a provision in the Act which says the CCI can take into account the commercial viability of a certain conduct when it's putting it together. But I think this is not enough. What we need to do is to, and Nikhil, one of the concerns you raised is actually the reason why we need it. You're concerned about Google Maps. You're concerned about it not being available to you. That's a direct consumer benefit question. How this could be improved is if we had a system where you shall not self-preference, for example, unless there are objective justifications. I think that would address the kind of harm that's being sought to be addressed by this new regulation, while also preserving the resources of the commission for cases that are better suited for investigation. Because what we see, and from the EU experience as well, and Lazar, let me know if the numbers are broadly correct. I think the initial estimate for the EC in terms of the number of officials required was something like 80 initially, and this is all from the public domain in terms of accessible information. That number has now increased manifold.
Yeah.
You have the CCI. It has a digital markets unit. It's already empowered to enforce and investigate the Competition Act. So you also wonder what is the upside of having an other legislation that needs to be enforced by this team. Yeah.
Just to add to that, Flipkart and Amazon have apparently pointed out that they're already highly regulated by the FTI policy, which disallows them from being sellers on their own platform. How does the digital competition bill change any of this situation for them?
So
because they're already regulated.
So there are just 2 points. One is that it's not that competition law cannot apply when there's a regulated industry, but I do think that the recent slew of legislations which govern the conduct of several tech enterprises across sectors is only going to complicate matters. And this is not the first time we're seeing this sort of conflict. Regulatory conflict has occupied a significant number of judges across various courts in India. So I think that adding one more legislation which significantly overlaps with not just the Competition Act, but also the DPDP Act, potentially the Digital India Act, where you have so much scope for conflict. I wonder if we're just kicking the ball down the road and waiting for courts to figure it out. And at the same time, creating confusion for companies who are going to be subject to this, straining the resources of the CCI, who are already doing a great job of enforcing the Competition Act, and now will have to be trained on how to enforce the digital competition bill, while also not leaving us any clearer on what exactly the purpose of enforcing the DCB is.
Parth, I want you to understand what recourse do businesses have if they feel that that the obligations imposed on them are unreasonable, or if they're wrongly designated. Is there like a clear process for enterprises to challenge that designation as their designation as SSDs or associate digital enterprises? Is it like all in the hands of the CCI? And are we now actually entering a situation where there will be a lot of litigation related to competition simply because someone might disagree with either their designation and the ambiguity, especially in the qualitative assessment that comes in, right? Where an entity can, even if they don't meet the threshold, they can still be designated as an SSD. So are we basically leaving a lot of room for litigation? How does this work?
Yeah, 3 questions you have asked. So last question, a lot of litigation. I definitely see a lot of litigation if this bill in its same shape comes out in an act. But the other 2 questions about what recourses a company will have if they are designated as SSD wrongly, and the other was about if the requirement itself are unreasonable.
And if I zoom out a bit, is there, if this bill goes through in its current shape and form, can we expect companies to challenge the bill itself?
Of course. If I were a company, I would. If this bill goes in the same way as law, and if I am an impacted company, if I am a active citizen also, if I am a user industry, I will certainly challenge this law constitutionally. But we will get into that because that will take us entirely into Article 14 and Article 19 and all of that.
Companies don't often do constitutional litigation.
Depends on how much stake is on the table. So yeah, there can be a fair bit of discussion on that only, but that will completely change the discussion. We will get into constitutional law discussion. But to answer your point, look, SSD's designation in this law can happen in 3 ways, right? One is that if you meet the thresholds, you need to report it within prescribed timeline. I think it's 90 days. Second is, of course, that commission can itself, even if you don't meet thresholds, they have power to designate you SSDs, right? And third, of course, is that you write to the commission, assess, and in the 3 ways of doing it. In all ways, when you are designated as SSD, that order itself is appealable before NCLAT. So if you're wrongly designated as SSD, there is an appeal process, statutory appeal process, which will go up to Supreme Court. Things which are not appealable, you always have under Indian Constitution, judicial review provision and Article 226 done. As far as conduct is concerned, right, here is the catch. Conduct has been defined. So if there are 12 conducts, if law tells you as it is that if you engage into any of this, it is wrong. And there is a subset of this because broadly it has been defined what is wrong, what is prohibited. And CCI has been given power to define what is conduct requirements, which they will do by regulation. Let's take the first one. I'll come to the second one later. The first one, if you're broadly covered into those prohibited items, once the conduct is demonstrated that you have engaged in that conduct, only if you question the fact in appeal, you can question the fact in appeal. But the fact is undisputed. Let's say if you have done a tying and bundling where it's not integral and that fact is undisputed, you really don't have any recourse. You'll have to comply with that. The second element is definition of conduct requirement itself. Now that power is given to CCI. And again, it goes back to the first question, which is zooming out a bit. If CCI does not define conduct requirements within its own limits, then there will be again a constitutional challenge whether it has gone against the parent statute itself. So if the conduct requirements have been defined arbitrarily, unreasonably, then the recourse would be for that law itself is to challenge it.
So one other thing, let's say an activity like tying and bundling could actually prove to be beneficial for users, or for example, the point that was raised in the morning about anti-steering policies, which I mean, one can easily argue that installation of an app is actually like preventing an APK installation on an operating system is a practice meant to warn users about something might lead to a virus or something that might not be secure. Everything can be seen both ways, right? So how would it hold up in court, or is there a case to be made that there's certain activities which might be tying and bundling or might be anti-steering, but they're actually benefiting consumers or meant to protect users? And how does then this situation play out then?
Yeah, so
I think Shivangi wants to come in.
Please,
She's been waiting. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, just one thing. I just wanted to point out something in what you said, which is that you clearly recognize the benefits of activities such as anti-steering and tying and bundling. There are benefits.
The benefits and the harms,
Absolutely. But
I get both.
effectively, there is now an anomalous situation if the DCB in its current form came into shape, which is that if you had a smaller company, they would be able to justify it. If you had a larger company, they would, notwithstanding the same benefits being there, they would not be able to justify it.
So the moment you cross a certain threshold, something that you were doing legally would become illegal.
Effectively, to take another example that I think will kind of make this kind of comparison obvious.
Goes from 3,999 crores of revenue to 4,000 crores of revenue or something like that, it suddenly flips over, right?
Exactly. So effectively, you're looking at this. The first principle in the DCB is fair and transparent dealing. This should be applicable across the board. Effectively, what you're saying is that if you are above this, you have to act fairly and transparently. That should ideally be applicable across the board, right? Similarly, if there are consumer benefits that come out of anti-steering, What you're saying is that if you're a bigger platform, you cannot anti-steer, notwithstanding the consumer benefits, but smaller platform, of course, you have a valid reason for not wanting your consumers to have malware on their phones, and that's why we should think about it. So it creates a really anomalous situation by artificially dividing obligations where it should be applying across the entire industry.
And I think that, sorry.
Go ahead, Laja.
Go ahead, Laja.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, yeah, it's a great point. And actually, it also raises the question of, what are we trying to achieve? Because if the purpose is, preventing restrictions of competition that harm consumers or reduce output, there is no reason why, after you fulfill relatively arbitrary quantitative criterion, these things should, not be feasible defenses, right? But maybe the goal is really not consumer welfare. I mean, the DMA says that it's not consumer welfare, that it's fairness and contestability. And fairness is, I guess, anybody's guess. And so, maybe we're looking at it through a competition law lens, but I'm not sure that this, jibes entirely with competition law logic. It seems to be about something else. And now we're in an enforcement panel, and I don't want to get sidetracked, but how you enforce something also depends on what the goals are. Goals matter, right? That serves as a lodestar, as a guide to how the law would be enforced and interpreted. So yeah, just raises an interesting question, I guess.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer your question quickly, which you raised, Nikhil, is that the short answer of your question on tying money today under the law, there is no provision in this bill about providing business or user, benefit justification. The only justification is integral, right? And I just wanted to clarify one of the points because it's prone to misunderstanding what Shivangi just said. I don't think even Shivangi or any one of us here disagree with the idea that there cannot be differential obligations. Competition law originally always had this idea that if you have a dominant entity, you have a special obligation. I think what Shivangi's point is that certain requirements are so benign that it should be on everyone. So for example, if I'm downloading an APK, it's a harmful APK, that download should be banned for everyone. It should not be just banned for a particular entity because ultimately it's going to harm users. So that should be across the board. And to that extent, this differentiation somewhere has been missed in this bill. And that's what I just wanted to clarify, not about differential obligation as such.
I want to move to capacity related issues. How does Laza, does the EU have adequate manpower and significant skilled manpower capacity to ensure compliance with the DMA? And in that sense, to the two of you, how much capacity will the CCI need to deal with the situation once this bill comes into force because they're taking on multiple roles? Laza, if you'd like to go first.
Yeah, nobody knows if there's enough capacity. What I would say is that it seems that more capacity is going to be required that was initially envisioned. And one issue is that the people that are qualified to enforce this and that understand this are people that come from the competition law world, right? Like those people mostly are the best prepared. So you're going to have to take those people from somewhere else and put them in the enforcement of the DMA. That might be less of an issue in some jurisdictions than in others, but it comes at an opportunity cost. If you have a limited pool of experts, you're taking those people away from competition law enforcement and enforcing things that might have a higher return on investment, such as cartels or mergers to monopoly, and you're putting them in this regulatory sandbox where they're enforcing against things per se, prohibitions in tying, bundling, self-preferencing, and so on. So in terms of Europe, we don't know yet. We will know. We will see how many people they hire, how big the department gets. But I guess that what I would say from India's perspective, I love to hear about India's capacity, is you're probably going to have to shift some people from India's Competition Commission that are now working in pure competition matters to this, because those are the people that are qualified.
So I'll take that question to Shivangi.
Yeah.
Shivangi, capacity?
So I think there are two issues with capacity in relation to enforcing the DCB in India. One is that you have an existing digital markets unit, which is already, comprised of people who are enforcing the Competition Act in India. And I think if all else, remaining the same, if you were to have the enforcement of the DCB also entrusted to them, there's a direct knock-on effect on the timelines for enforcing the Competition Act. So I think that would be the first point. Secondly, it's not just the case that an increase in manpower will make this easier. There is also a need for consistency in interpretation of the Competition Act and the DCB and other acts. So the kind of consultation between the team that's enforcing the DCB and the team that's enforcing the Competition Act and also the DPDP Act will also have a significant bearing, not only on the efficacy of the DCB, but also the kind of market corrections that are going to happen under the Competition Act. And Liza, let me know if these figures are broadly correct, but as it stands, I think there was a public release which stated that in the EU, they're looking at hiring something like 200 more, officials who are trained in implementing competition law in Europe in order to be able to satisfy the requirement of the DMA. Contrast this with the DCB, where we don't know right now how many entities are going to be designated as SSDs, because quite apart from the quantitative thresholds, the qualitative thresholds are so low that arguably several enterprises are going to trip that up.
No, but you need to have both. It's
Either or. So if you do not satisfy the quantitative thresholds,
in India, DCB has both, right? It's a plus. It's not a.
it's an either or for the thresholds. So in the thresholds, you need to meet the quantitative thresholds. If you don't meet the quantitative thresholds, there's a fail-safe for the CCI where they think that if you have a significant presence, which shows that you are an enterprise with systemic significance, it can designate you as an
Correct.
SSDE. So I think these are alternates, which means that you don't really have any closure on whether or not you're going to be designated as an SSDE. And this has an impact on the capacity of the CCI as well, because arguably, if the CCI were to look at these qualitative criteria, which are effectively proxies for dominance, you would have a significant number of enterprises who are going to be designated.
Path, will we need a separate regulator for digital markets then?
That's an interesting question. I mean, from competition perspective, I don't think so again, because I really don't think a need for this law only. So I'll be contradicting myself if I say that we need a separate competition regulator for digital sector. My position is that there is sufficient amount of provisions under the existing act which can take care of digital sector as well. But do we really need an enhanced competition commission of India with a better trained staff and higher staff? A general question on that, my answer is affirmative.
Okay. Shivangi, one thing, there's a anti-circumvention provision, section 5(1), that may be difficult to enforce as it requires proving intent. So how will the commission determine if an enterprise has intentionally fragmented its services to avoid an SSD designation?
I think this is really going into the weeds of how this commission assesses evidence. And I think the commission may have to lean on any previous orders that it has issued in the behavioral space to assess intent. For example, they may infer that certain documents lead it to the assumption that there must have been intent, and there will be a little bit of piecing together several technical developments in order to do that.
Correct. In that sense, Google is already structured as Alphabet, separate companies, right? So then each individual parts of that structure that might meet the criteria, but there will be several companies within that might not.
Yeah, at the outset, I think I agree with you that there are a lot of complexities in understanding what this anti-circumvention will actually mean. And secondly, on Google in particular, I'm afraid I can't comment for the same reasons that Pat mentioned earlier.
Okay.
But I think the bigger picture point I wanted to make is that the point that you make on anti-circumvention is a vagueness in the anti-circumvention provision. I just want to highlight that there are vaguenesses. I mean, there are phrases which are not clear in each of these obligations. So this only adds to the complexity of enforcing the DCB.
Okay. Parth, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned a risk of regulatory bias based on past investigations. Could you go a little bit into what you mean by that?
It's a bit complex, but I will try to be as short as possible. I know the time is an issue here. So what I meant by regulatory bias, and that is more to do with the need of this law itself, is that, look, today it's possible that an entity can be a SSD and it can be same a dominant entity as well under the Competition Act, right? Now take example of tying and bundling, a wonderful case, right? Today, if you're a dominant entity, for you to violate Section 4, simple tying and bundling is not sufficient. An NCLAT law is very clear, you'll have to demonstrate effects on the market. So in order to prosecute you under Section 4 of the Competition Act, the complainant or the commission will have to demonstrate that there is a harm on competition under Section 4. If same entity is also SSD, which is possible, they cannot tie and bundle. Today, the only exception is integral. They don't need to now demonstrate whether there is a harm to competition or not. So how it will work? If both the prosecutions happen together, because the act doesn't bar, so same act can result into two prosecutions under the new act and under the existing Competition Act. Both the investigation will parallel continue. You may, it so happen theoretically, it will happen that you are able to demonstrate that there is no violation of Section 4 because there is no harm to competition. But here the conduct itself is sufficient. And this will result in a regulatory bias in the sense that a CCI, again, I'm saying it with a lot of caveat, a CCI maybe tend to always demonstrate under Section 4 that there is a harm to competition. Why? Only to underpin an ideological validation to an ex-ante law, that why ex-ante law is correct. Because if the CCI were to rule that there is no violation of Section 4, but there is a violation of ex-ante law, there is always a tension, ideological tension between that. And therefore, they will be always prone to say that there is a violation of Section 4 also without demonstrating harm. And that's what I meant by regulatory bias. This is a bit complex, but I thought I'll summarize it as quickly as
I'm going to
possible.
rush through questions because we're running out of time. But Shivangi, the central government's power to issue directions to the commission and supersede the commission could undermine the commission's independence in a sense, right? So how can it maintain impartiality and autonomy in decision making?
I think that would depend on the type of directions that are given. And I think shorn of those kinds of details, it's a little bit difficult to identify the tramlines of how the CCI can act independently. I think one thing that should be taken into account is that we also, when you were talking about the central government issuing notifications, directions to the CCI, one thing I'd like to consider is that there are flexibilities within the DCB that enable the CCI or the central government to issue guidelines or regulations, etc. I think there is a lot of redundancy that currently exists. To take an example, and I think Lazard also mentioned that there is a collection of core digital services that are currently listed in the Act. This is broadly similar to what's there in the DMA with a couple of modifications.
Well, it's missing AI over here for sure. That's one. And
of course, there are definitional differences as well.
And no telecom operators, despite Reliance Jio operating and Airtel also operating online services alongside internet access services.
Yeah, so I think the point I was trying to make is that there are two parts of the DCB that are really interesting from the perspective of redundancy. One is that you have, the central government, if I'm not wrong, is empowered to amend the list of core digital services that the DCB will be able to regulate. At the same time, you have a very, very broadly framed definition of online intermediation service, which is really which is a catch-all. It is a fail-safe. So if you don't fall into any of the other types of CDSs, you might be falling into this. And the reason I wanted to bring this up is that if you look at the power of the central government to issue a notice to say, please add this CDS to the service, you already have a provision you already have a type of core digital service, which is again so broad, there is a conflict between them and it's a redundancy. So you don't actually need both. So when we were talking about the power of the central government to issue regulations, I think at the same time, we also need to look at what are the redundancies in the DCB and how can we get rid of them before it comes into a final
What about the
shape.
part of the commission to make rules? I mean, the point is that we're in a situation where there'll be rulemaking happening every couple of months because you'll have rules on the DPDP bill, you'll have rules from the CCI on competition, you'll have rules from the DIA. It's like every law is trying to be flexible enough to give rulemaking, like regular rulemaking powers, just like we've seen IT rules come out every 6 months.
I think there are two things over here. One is rules and the other is regulations. Less concerned with rules, more concerned with regulations for the reason that
I don't know. If you look at the IT rules, I'll be concerned about rules as well.
under the context of the Competition Act, of the digital competition bill only because of the types of regulations that the CCI can make. And this is one thing that I want to highlight. There is this one provision which effectively says that the CCI will flesh out the conduct requirements, let's say in relation to online social networking, based on its consideration of a number of factors. What I think is really missing over here is an opportunity for an enterprise to engage with the CCI to identify what conduct requirements are appropriate. Now, in the absence of this, the CCI, based on its assessment, perhaps based on a market study, but perhaps not based on its own information gathering, will be able to develop a set of conduct requirements. Whether or not those will actually be A, practical in terms of easy to implement because there are a lot of engineering challenges, or B, even effective is anybody's guess. So I think in framing, I know you asked about rules, but along the same lines, in terms of in framing regulations, I think we would do well to include some kind of consultation at the time at which these conduct requirements are drafted.
We're almost out of time, but I want to check if anyone has any questions.
Just one short point. You mentioned about market crowding in first session. We're ushering into an era of regulatory crowding, just to answer your question.
So regulatory crowding is a phrase I can live with, and I will talk about this as well. Thank you for giving me that phrase. More like regulation crowding.
Regulation crowding, yeah.
Quick. So we've got 3 quick questions. Can I take all 3 questions together, please?
Okay, hi, I'm
Short,
audible.
sharp questions.
Okay, I just had a question about the enforcement of ex-ante compliances, especially in respect of the data, in data-related cases. So going back to the same example that I used before, in case Gmail uses my emails to train its AI models, how would an end user know about that violation happening? For instance, it uses, I give consent to it, but you do not. How would you come to know that it's used this data for AI training? And how would competitors know, since competitors are usually the ones to enforce compliance? Also, can this sort of a framework lead to widespread evasion of compliances since internal documentation is used to prove compliance? This question is especially for Azar, but it's open to all.
Azar?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
Yeah, I was just asking about if this sort of a framework can lead to widespread evasion of compliances, since internal documentation is used to prove compliance.
If internal documentation can be used to prove compliance?
Does this sort of a framework where there's a lack of notice provisions, and often I as an end user does not know about how my data is being used, is this sort of a framework, how would it be essentially be enforced?
Right. Yeah. So the gatekeepers are they're under the obligation to provide periodical reports on how they use the data to the commission. So it is the commission that will check that, but also it has an obligation under certain articles to provide both business users and end users with data about how the information that they have and how they're gathering it. So both those things are meant to address that transparency obligation.
I'll keep it very quick. Section 33 of the Competition Act gives CCI the power to provide interim relief or restrain any anti-competitive activity. Why is it that since 2009, this provision has only been used 5 times because this could be helpful in regulating digital markets? Second question to Lazar is that, so in the last panel, they stated that settlements and commitment framework would be very effective to regulate digital markets because it gives an opportunity for companies to negotiate with CCI. Has that framework worked both in EU or US in regulating them better?
Azar, you want to go first?
Has the commitment procedure served? I mean, commitment procedures in competition law have served traditionally to save valuable and limited resources to enforcers, so cases don't have to be litigated. The problem with commitments is mostly transparency because their inner workings are not made public. So that's, I guess, the downside. With the DMA, it is too early to say, and the US doesn't have any ex ante regulation to speak of. None of the bills, ICOA, OAMA, and all these bills that are similar to the DMA, none of them have as of today been passed. But in terms of the commitment procedure, it is widely used in antitrust, and So.
For digital.
I think second question and then we'll.
So on section 333, interim relief point is a brilliant point. My short answer would be that why it has not been used so heavily. Perhaps you would need overwhelming level of evidence to get a relief at interim level, and that evidence may be missing in some cases, and you don't want to err again on the side of over regulation because you're not sure whether conduct has resulted into violation or not. So Yangi, you want to add anything on that 33?
No, I have that was my point as well, which is I think that it also boils down to the strength of the case, and I think it would be wise to err on the side of not over-regulating.
Hi, question for
sorry, but last question there. I'm sorry. Ibad, you had a question, right? Yeah.
Very quickly, this is a bit of a legal interpretation. So if you see section 7, it says, 7.1, upon designation as a SSDE, the enterprise shall comply with the obligations in this chapter, the rules and regulations framed thereunder. So while we have been like, the view which has evolved with CCI will come up with regulations, but the law clearly says that the moment you are an SSD or notified as an SSD, it's not only the rule and regulations which you must comply with, but also the obligations under this chapter. So are the obligations under the chapter, which is these broad provisions, are also enforceable in themselves? Can CCI come after a company and say that you are not fair and transparent without there being rules?
Well, brilliant and tough question, I would say. But I think given that the core provisions which are in the Act itself, which will kick in, I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about a situation where Act first comes into force and regulations thereafter will come with the time gap, of course. I think the moment it so happens, one way to handle that is that central government notifies these provisions of the Act, because that is provided in section 1 itself, that they can provide different provisions at different point in time. So central government's notification and the regulations come together, which you have seen in the recent competition amendment as well, the penalty guidelines coming and the global turnover and all of that. So that is one way to marry these two. That will be my answer.
And just to, sorry to interject, but so also a situation where the mischief is not being caught by the rules which CCI made, but if you read the broad provision, then it is, then can CCI also then, just go into the provision itself and not the rule which they made?
So Shivangi, go ahead, Shivangi, please.
No, actually just happy for you.
No, go ahead, I'll add.
So I just had a quick point on the previous question, because I think that should also inform this one, which is that your question is are these, because the 7.1 says that these obligations are enforceable on their own, what will happen if these obligations, if the Act is notified but the rules have not come into place? Now, I imagine that you'd be asking about the liability of an enterprise for violating these obligations where you don't have the regulations out just yet. And you're right in that it's absolutely an issue for legal interpretation. But I would also imagine that being potentially proceeded against for a violation of an obligation that is couched in extremely general terms will in itself be grounds for some sort of judicial review of that action itself. So, for example, if you were designated an SSDE and there is an allegation that you haven't dealt fairly and transparently, and if there are any proceedings on the basis in relation to your not dealing fairly and transparently without A, being put to notice about what exactly this means, B, there being complete lack of clarity on what that means in relation to the specific core digital service, I would imagine that that action itself would be reviewed quite stringently by courts in terms of what is enforceable under the Act.
But then, Shivangi, that makes it very similar to section 4, which is very broad presently.
I think there is a significant difference between section 4 and the DCB, because saying that you shall not tie and bundle and incentivize, for example, is especially when you have a provision which says the specific features of this will be fleshed out in regulations. This is a significant design difference between the Competition Act and the DCB. So I think on that ground alone, there is enough reason for you to be able to challenge any sort of proceeding under the Act, under the DCB.
Thank you.
Say something.
No, I think I'm aligned. I agree with this.
Great. Thank you for joining us. And thanks, Lazar, for joining us as well, for inputs. Really appreciate it. Like to thank you guys for joining us. I think if you go back to the data protection bill, that took about 6 years, 8 years to do.
2018 to 2023, 6 years overall. First version came in 2019. The telecom bill has taken about a year. I hope that we don't speed up the process of lawmaking in a manner that they're rushed through, and then we're left with collateral damage in terms of poorly thought out laws. Let's see how this goes. I hope I hope everyone's going to file their submissions, and I hope that there is another version that comes out and not straight to Parliament, um, but because that's what's been happening otherwise. But thank you for joining us. Thank you, PhonePe, Google, Meta, for your support. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. I'll be honest, we haven't had a room this full right at the end of the day in the past. I'm surprised so many people are interested in competition, but I guess um, competition is fun. Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for this. Yeah. There's so much to say on this, and I'll share something.
Happy to try.
Yes. But I have to rush right now.
You have the Concon CS to go for a flight. I hope you're not getting late.
Thank you so much. No, I'm always looking at days when I come to the episode. Thank you.
But I'm pretty sure we'll have a lot more discussions on this.
Yeah.